Good evening, James.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Good
Commissioner.
evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, Leo.
Good evening, Fred. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Good to see you on board.
Glad you're on board.
Always on board, Captain.
It's funny, there's like a lot of things in that.
People can figure out.
Like, I think like she was set the meeting and she like just put like the wrong link and then link, meeting, go. And then also set the city itself, like you go.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Echo.
Seems like.
No.
And Mr. Chairman, George D'Angelo will not be joining us tonight, so I believe we have 5 of the 7 here right now. I don't see Cheyenne.
Jim here?
Yep.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Hi,
There he
guys.
is.
You're hiding on Pierce Avenue. Oh, Jeannie, there you are.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there, thank you.
Good.
You're still alone in City Hall? Nobody's coming in, right?
Nope. Nobody's coming in.
That's terrible.
Mhm.
We're managing.
I could go into Medford the other day, but I had to sign in. They took my temperature.
Did they?
Yeah. And sign out when I leave, you know?
Give you a phone number?
Yeah.
That's probably what's gonna end up happening soon.
Well, something's got to break.
Yeah.
If this is all of us, Mr. Planner, why don't we start the meeting, please?
Sure thing. So like to welcome everyone. We're live on YouTube, as you can see on top of your Zoom screen. People will be gradually getting into the meeting. But we just want to let you, do you want to do a roll call first, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman? Or
Yes, please, Mr. Planner.
Sure. All right, we'll do Mr. Chairman, Frederick Capasso, are you here?
Yes.
Leo Pisano,
Yeah,
Michael O'Connor,
Yeah,
George D'Angelo, not here. Cheyenne Rangel, I don't believe is here. We have Philip Mastrocola.
Yeah.
And James Tarr.
Here.
And my name is Shane O'Brien. I am the land use planner for the city of Everett. And joining me is Jeannie Batukovich.
Vitakevich.
Vitakevich. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's like
That's okay.
it's my southeastern Massachusetts pronunciation. I have very little Italian in me.
There's no long vowels there. It's
It's pronounced for you, but that's okay.
You think after a year I would know. But
That's
anyway, well, we'll strike that from the minutes. So notice is hereby given that we will have a meeting of the Everett Planning Board on Monday, September 14th, 2020 at 7 p.m. Planning Board agenda. As stated at the last meeting, we were originally going to have our meeting September 8th, the day after Memorial Day, but we voted to have it September 14th today in order to correct the public notice issue. And the agenda for our remote participation meeting in response to Governor Baker's declaration of a public health emergency and the related emergency executive order dated March 12th, 2020. The Everett Planning Board shall be meeting remotely until further notice. The audio conferencing application Zoom will be used for this purpose. An online link and telephone access number will be provided on all meeting agendas and also on the city's website. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. This application will permit the public to access and participate in future board meetings and hearings. Instructions for joining meetings in this manner will be provided on the city clerk's website. We extend our thanks for your understanding and participation in this manner, which is intended to keep members of the board and public safe. And of course, on our agenda, for members of the public who wish to watch or participate, we provide a YouTube link and a Zoom link. So we do have members of the public present and hopefully watching on YouTube as well. But other than that, we did our roll call of the members, and we have item 2 on old business, which is site plan review for 110 Tremont Street. That is a proposal to redevelop a former industrial building into a 48-unit residential building as shown on plans entitled 110 Tremont Street by Lafreniere Architects. The site plan on a parcel shown on the site plan being a parcel of land referenced by Assessors Department as D0-04-000007. And this item has been continued from the July 20th meeting. So if anyone here is representing the applicant on that one, just a note on this one, Mr. Chairman, since July 20th, 2020, that meeting, I've received no updates from, I've talked to the applicant, but I've received no new plans and no new narrative. But if the applicant's here providing any additional information, they can do so. But I do not see Greg Antonelli on this call. So if the board would like to, maybe we look to reorder this and take item number 2 out of order with the board's permission, of course.
What's the pleasure of the board?
why don't we take, on this site plan review, 110 Tremont Street, why don't we just vote for continuance for it? Are you gonna wait for them to go up?
We can take it out of order or vote for a continuance. Either or is fine. Our next board meeting is next Monday, so.
Well, you haven't gotten anything from them, and we had a lot to say about it at the last meeting, so if they haven't come back with nothing.
Might as well, we can give them another, give them this week to give us some information.
So I'll make a motion for continuance to 110 Tremont Street until, what is our next meeting?
Our next meeting is 9/21, so September 21st.
Okay, I'll make a motion for continuance for 110 Tremont Street to September 21st.
Second the motion.
Motion was made and seconded to continue 110 Tremont Street to our next regular business meeting, which presumably is September 21, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, has been continued.
Just a reminder that you guys should take roll call votes since it's remote.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
I'd also like to say that because George D'Angelo and Cheyenne Ringel are not here, Philip Mastrocola and James Starr will be, of course, members of the board as of this time. So we have a collective of 5. So we can do a roll call vote of the continuation. James Starr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Chairman Confaso.
Yes,
All right, so that's
now the motion is
5-0.
passed.
Motion's passed. All right, item number 2. We have a zoning amendment for section 38 of Appendix A, titled the Housing Production Conversion Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance to provide for the creation of new housing units within existing structures to promote the public safety and well-being of the occupants in neighborhood, to provide zoning and parking incentives to property owners desiring to increase the number of dwelling units within the same structure with no increase to floor area envelope. And the language of this addition is as proposed. In existing structures where there is an increase in the number of dwelling units with no increase to the floor area, ration, FAR, or the building envelope, no new parking spaces shall be provided. This exception shall remain in effect for a period of 5 years after ordained. And just for the boards, to let the board know, this is also a non-binding recommendation going to city council, but we are the public meeting and floor for this starting of the conversation. And we also have James Soper from ISC here to help out with this as well. And if you have any questions on our end, we'll be happy to answer them.
Mr. Sopa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing.
Yes, thank you for being in attendance tonight. If this is what I see, it's giving people the opportunity to split a 6-room apartment to a 3-room apartment. Is that probably what I'm reading here?
Well, it's along those lines. What we envision here is that some people, 2 families in the dwelling district, might convert their 2-family to a 3-family by taking existing space in the building, not adding any additional space, not any FAR, no dormers, no rear egresses. So this is the footprint's going to stay the same, and it allows people who have these larger apartments or larger basements or attics to expand and create additional housing units, which the city needs. This is something the mayor is asking for. It's important to him that we bring the housing stock up and we increase the affordability of these housing units as well. So this special section would be something that might be limited in time, so it wouldn't go on forever. As you can see at the end of this, it talks about kind of an expiration date. The mayor didn't feel like we wanted to go into perpetuity with this. We wanted to give this a try. This allows the person seeking to add this additional dwelling unit or units to not have to comply with the requirements of Chapter 17 parking. Okay, and I just want to highlight some of the reasons that this would be important for the city and how it can help the city. If you would like me to go forward, Mr. Chairman.
Well, in explaining to the general public what we are doing or what the city is looking to do to increase housing, yes, they want to, if I can read your mind a little bit, what you just said, that say we take a 6-room, 1 floor of an apartment in a 2-story home. So now they realize that 6 rooms are, are hard to rent, and they feel as though they could rent 3 rooms easier. But there again, now don't they obviously have to add another bathroom for those units? Is that not correct? And another kitchen?
That's correct.
So there is a substantial amount of work to make a 6-room apartment into 2 3s. And there again, obviously it would be feasible for the owner, but it would be a long-term turnaround, if I can read that into it. Putting $20,000, $25,000 to put a kitchen and a bath in, how long would it take them to get that money back?
So if that's a question, I think my answer would be that's up to the market, and that's all about how much it costs to rent and what it costs to do the job. And then there's an equation, and that's how you figure that out. But that's really for each individual owner of the property, depending what the debt in the property is and what they can bring in for income. I mean, that's going to be each individual owner's or property owner's decision to make. For the city, this increases the number of needed dwelling units. The job market is, I know we're in the middle of COVID, and this was all kind of drawn up prior to that. But when things turn around, and they will, we'll be in a position of needing housing for people who have jobs and employment in this area. And this will allow the increase of the number of units, and that will help us with the supply and the pricing of these units. So if we can increase the supply and the demand increases as well, we can stay at a level price range for people who would like to stay within the city. So this is an aspect of it that is important for the community. It also, for other things that happens here, is it keeps families together. I can see these things being done as what we call ADUs, accessory dwelling units. So this is a way we could start an ADU program by allowing somebody to put another housing unit in their basement for possibly an in-law that would be a part of the family, and they would be within the existing envelope and they wouldn't have to seek a parking variance. So we're looking to increase the number of units, reduce the housing cost, and we're trying to preserve existing housing stock as well, rather than be in a situation where we're going to see multi-buildings combined and multi-units being built on those lots. We could possibly allow somebody who was in a financial strait to be able to have another income apartment, another apartment in the building. This is one of the other things it really helps me with is an amnesty type program. So we find a lot of illegal 3 families in this community without permits. Now, if it was a legal 2 and it was converted legally to a 3, this would be a way to allow people to come into my office and say, how can I make this right without having to go to the Board of Appeals and seeking variances for the parking that they may or may not get. So this gives them the chance to do this as a by right renovation. In addition to the new dwelling unit, when you take a 2 to a 3 in the building code, now you need to sprinkle that building, and you also need to put an alarm system in that building and evaluate the egresses. So we take this 3 family that's dangerous, that's out there now, that I have to deal with, that has to go through the Board of Appeals, and it takes them out of the Board of Appeals because they don't have to go to parking, and it gives us all this life safety protection for the neighborhood. So there's many aspects of this program that benefit the community. I think we can also see there could be a possibility of ownership. This could make two families very valuable in the city, where people could come in and say, I'm going to buy that two family. I'm going to renovate that basement. I'm going to make it into a 3-unit. And there could possibly be a condo conversion that would bring in a sufficient enough amount of money, as you spoke about, to make this worthwhile. And just to give you an example, the property at 128 Waverly Street is selling. It's a 3-family now. It's just built brand new. Each unit selling for a little bit over $500,000 on that. And so now we have homeowners on the street. We don't have 3 renters. We have 3 people who are vested in the community. So there's a there as well.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted a perspective on making these illegals more legal is what you're saying. And B, now my other question is, say you do a basement changeover, renovate, whatever, and tentatively speaking, they only get like 1 egress and entrance. Is that not correct?
Well, they'd have to, if they put a new apartment downstairs, a new dwelling unit, it would have to have 2 means of egress, legal means of egress, complete with stairs going in and out. It would have to have bedroom windows that are sufficient for emergency escape. It would have to have an alarm system tied into the building, as well as a sprinkler system. So this is a very, and that's through the whole building. That's through unit 1, 2, and the new unit as well. So there's a big public safety enhancement for all emergency responders and neighbors as well.
Well, just my question, it's good to make these apartments, and then A, and then B, they not requiring additional parking spaces. And where do you put all these cars? That's all my concern is. Where do you put all these cars?
Yeah, so this is a problem that we face as a community. How do we park all these vehicles if there are vehicles? Is there a manner at which this can be, this recommendation can go to the council with possible solutions to that? That's a valid question. Will there be parking? Can we restrict this ordinance to only be allowed to be used where no additional parking stickers will be issued? There's a possibility there to, curb this a little bit so it fits. So I brought this kind of blanket idea together with the mayor, and I'm sure that you'd have some ideas on how we might be able to move that forward.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions?
Oh, yeah. This whole issue, Jim, you especially know the parking in the city. We have gone through it with Robin on when we're trying to change over section 17. I have an uncle passed away in April, and they're trying to sell his house. And it's this 2-family in Everett on Cottage Street, and it has no driveway. And in 2.5 months, 1 offer, because everyone that's come in is asking for parking, and there is no parking. So they actually people won't buy a house without parking. And I asked the agents, is this typical? They said the biggest problem Everett has is parking. Now, people won't buy a house at a decent price, and it was a decent price, because there's no parking. So I went into the neighborhood, asked some of the adjacent neighbors, they want to rent a parking space, $150, $200 a month. Nope, no one is giving up their parking. The one thing this coronavirus has proven, that the city's too dense. Commonwealth of Massachusetts tells you that. Everett is one of the densest communities around. You people want to make it more dense. Housing units, we need more housing units, like we need a hole in the head, because housing units bring people bring cars. I would recommend more than anything that Joe Gaff from the traffic commissioner be brought in to this whole conversation to explain to the parties that think this is a good idea, how it's not a good idea, how much time the police put in at night just with parking problems would be sufficient evidence to take this and throw it out, this proposition. There's no, I just can't see how anyone even would come up with this, especially Jim. I know you're just passing it on. I'll say that, but you were around when we had Captain Passacheri, we had Chris Hannon at one meeting, and all they talked about was the problems they have at night with parking and how it has to be, it can't be remedied. So to go ahead and say, all right, we're going to make, you can put more people into a building, but you can't have any more parking. So I would strongly recommend that this be rejected. It's my opinion on the whole thing. It's just only adds to an ongoing problem that I don't think the powers that be have talked to the proper people, and that would be Joe Gaff, who's in charge of the traffic commission. And if Joe were sitting next to you, Jim, and he could say to me, everything's okay, then I'd believe it, but I won't believe anything unless Joe puts a rubber stamp on it. So I would definitely make a motion to reject this. So I'll pass that on to the other board members.
I got one other thing too. We're forgetting about winter when you're coming down with parking. And they throw snow emergencies. When you got that many cars, you know what it's like when you have to go scramble for a parking spot, especially when you're at work and the city calls a snow emergency and you come home and you got no parking spot. Are you want to add more cars or no? I mean, the city now is looking, it's getting too crowded. And I understand we have a housing issue and all that. But in my opinion, as a resident of 50 years in this city, I'm watching this city explode at a dramatic rate that to me, it's very hard to plan for something like this. I mean, we got buildings going up everywhere and we're all talking about not using, cars and everything, which I'm sorry to tell you, I'm with Leo with this. People want cars. I know that we're looking at the younger generations are saying that we're not going to use cars. They're going to use cars. We're going to use cars, plain and simple. You come on Bellingham Avenue, you tell me what you see. I'll tell you right now, we have a lot of cars, and you want to bring in more people with more cars. People bring in cars, exactly. Where are you gonna put all these people? Everett is a small city. We keep building and building and building. I'm sorry, I had to let this out. I'm watching it develop. It's going really fast, and we're crowded. We're not Cambridge. We're not Somerville. We don't have that room. And I just want the board to understand that when we're looking at everybody coming in, wanting to build like this. You want to add more with these housing units, and it's just too crowded. I mean, it's just my opinion, and that's all I need to say on that. But winter time is going to be a problem with parking, and especially when you're ordering, main arteries, and you got nowhere to go. So I agree. I'm not in favor of that. I say we go back and review that a little bit more. Got it.
Sure. Any other members of the board have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Soper, thank you very much for walking us through the amendment. It's very much appreciated. I just have a question. In the zoning language, it says no new parking spaces shall be provided. So if somebody ends up doing an expansion, or as you said, if they have some folks who are already operating a 3-family, technically it's a 2-family, they want to try and get it right on the books, how would you be able to enforce no new parking? Just as an open question.
So we've done this before, and we've done it for the last maybe year and a half, where these type of expansions, 2 to 3 families, and others have gone through the zoning board of appeals, and they've received a condition. They've been approved, and the condition has been that they will not receive a no overnight parking sticker for that apartment. So, we can track that in our computer system that we use to issue overnight parking. And so, as I mentioned before, if the concern is vehicles, we can similarly add language to this that would allow this to reduce or eliminate totally the parking passes for that unit. So I'm looking for a little flexibility and a little thought from the board on how we can accomplish a goal of having more dwelling units in the city that are needed for people. Okay, MAPC did a study. Shane can share that with you. We are growing and expanding. That's true. We have many new units coming online on the west side of the south side of the Beach Parkway in the near future. These would be existing buildings and existing neighborhoods with no increase to the footprint. A lot of these could be, 3 families that become 4 families because you split apartments. You benefit by actually maybe reducing the amount of people in the dwelling with some of these as well. So if you took a 3-family that was 3 stories, 1,000 square feet a floor, and you said, I want to take that and make that 6 units of 500 square feet each, you end up with this mini unit with 1 or 2 people in it, in each of those in a single bedroom, versus 1,000 square foot unit that's going to have 3 bedrooms and 2 people possibly in a bedroom. So, you could have a reduction in the amount of people as well in some of these, but add more housing to the roles. This also can, now think about this. This is something I want to throw at Leo. Think about every one of these dwelling units, Leo, if they were part of the inclusionary zoning. Think about if we looked at this and said, if you wanted to do that, then that had to be, or a percentage of them had to be, if they didn't reach the 10 units, Leo, they'd kick into the inclusionary zoning. So you don't want to just throw this out without kind of looking at it and seeing how we could possibly make this better, move this to the council with a recommendation and move forward. But that solves some of our problems, I think, does it not, Leo, with inclusionary?
No, because everything has its chance in life. Inclusionary zoning had its chance way back when this board recommended 10%. We weren't crazy at all. Not one bit were we for all the housing going on down in the commercial triangle getting exempt down to 5%. But certain people played scare tactics with us and says, if we don't lower it to 5%, the developers won't come in. And I challenged that at the time. I said, I don't think you're right. I think they'll come in at 10%, 8, 9, and they rejected it. The council, everybody rejected it. And we on the board were for a stronger laws concerning it. So now you're going to turn around and say, we're going to have this minor change here of housing units that would have something to do with inclusionary. It's so minor, Jim, it doesn't even show up in a blip as compared to what should have happened. So again, we don't need new housing. You keep saying we need new housing. I'm against new housing. That's like saying you got a 2-family house and you got 4 bedrooms and maybe 2 in the attic. So you want to take those 2 in the attic and just make them bedrooms. So now you can put more people in the house. Don't change the square footage, don't change the FAR. But now, under the old code, you couldn't do that. Under the new code, you could. And it's just to what advantage? I don't find an advantage to jamming people into here to a point where the density is what, the 4th highest in the state, if not the 1st. And that's what the state of Massachusetts says. Our density is, they don't say ridiculous, but they say we're one of the densest. And I sometimes think they mean a lot more than people than the amount of people when they say dense. But how do you keep packing them in, Jim? That's all. So anyway, I'm just not going to get into it. I read it. And to me, I'm adamantly against the whole thing. No more people. And absolutely, you have to get the proper people involved when it comes to parking, such as Joe Gaff and that team. So I'll pass again.
Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, and just on kind of the planning department's end, we were trying to work with and looking at this zoning ordinance just for some recommendations, it's, it's tough to come by because we do have projects that, are going to be on the agenda tonight that may not have parking, and it's dealing with conversions of existing buildings and dealing with inclusionary zoning and, these larger scale projects, which, we've approved in the past. But we were kind of looking at the housing stock of what's existing, because it's also dealing with looking at historic preservation of these units and making sure that, it's going to be, there's going to be people that want to convert their 2s to 3s, and it's not going to be feasible just based on cost, and looking at forms of egress too, because this requires that everything is done within the footprint in the FAR. And when it may come down to a lot of the houses in Everett it may not be feasible to even do this for a lot of properties. For some properties, it may be feasible, but it's the issue of meeting building code with forms of egress and having kitchens and bathrooms to do this. And, of course, parking is a problem throughout the city, and, to allow owners to do this without having the parking requirement, the concept is by not requiring the parking, then there's going to be no car, but it doesn't prevent the renter from attempting to get a sticker or anything, which in the past with zoning, we've, disallowed people to get stickers, but, it comes, essentially down to enforcement as well. And it's tough, especially times of COVID. We haven't had, towing is prominent, so it's difficult to kind of work with that as well. But, there is an element of historic preservation. We don't want people like taking down existing houses in Everett to build, this new style of house that may not look exactly like the neighborhood.
Saying that's exactly what they want to do.
Sure.
I don't mean to speak over you, but
No, of course.
how many times have I gone with tear downs, spoken to how many counselors,
Mhm.
spoken to you, Tony
We,
Susan?
yes, we've had
Stop
a
the
lot
tear
of
down.
conversations.
They won't stop it.
No,
They won't even look at it. And you talk about, when you say historic buildings getting torn down, prime example is 43 Corey Street, one of the prettiest places around. Just tear it down, put up 30 units. They
Well-
have no allegiance. The developers do not have an allegiance to this city. And the more popular the city becomes, the more you're going to get people that are going to want to make more apartments just to make more money. And they don't even know if they live there. That's the other thing about something like this. If anything, even the wildest dream I would have about this, it would have to be owner occupied. You have to have some restrictions, but even that I wouldn't vote for. So
Okay.
I'm not going to fight you on it. So
sure. No,
Can
it's
I
just,
jump in for a second?
sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, any recommendations that I could potentially offer for a zoning amendment would be, if it could be crystal clear that there was a strong enforcement mechanism where you would not be able to get residential parking stickers for anyone new coming in. If a 2-unit were to become a 3-unit, that would be my recommendation. Also, if it could become more clear that this were a kind of zoning amendment where this is somebody, let's say hypothetically, I'm very concerned about, my mother, where she's going to live, my in-laws, where they're going to live. If my 2-unit can become a 3-unit and I can accommodate them, they don't necessarily need a vehicle in their older age, that kind of thing. Or if it were a situation where you were trying to offer somebody amnesty, this is already de facto happening and you want to get them right on the books, I think you're probably looking at a stronger amendment.
Sure. Because I've also, and kind of think of this too, it's, it is kind of general language, but it's something that maybe we can go back and look at something. Maybe there's like an area of the city that would be easier, whether it be like some sort of overlay, because this pretty much states all housing throughout the city, anything that's a dwelling unit or an existing structure. So, it's language that we kind of started off with, and we just kind of wanted to get the board's idea in terms of how we should go about doing this. We've kind of, hearing from the board, we've kind of get an idea of kind of the feeling of this. But we just want to go, this is kind of our starting point in terms of like a conversation in terms of thinking about this as well. But if there's anything that the board, any other comments, of course, this is a public meeting as well. If any members of the public or, the board has any other comments before we open up to public comment. All right. Mr. Chairman, would you like to open up this for public comment if there are any?
Yes, under this special new creation, is there anyone would like to speak in favor? Anyone like to speak in favor? Anyone like to speak in favor? Hearing none?
Yeah, I don't see anyone on the YouTube or no one's called in, so.
There again, would anyone like to speak against this? Would anybody like to speak against this? Would anyone like to speak against this? Any questions of the board?
And once again, I do not see anyone on the YouTube. People are watching, but no one's calling in. But yep, I don't see anything from anyone. So,
Well, can we move on this evening?
yeah, if the board, the board can choose to, this is a non-binding recommendation to council. So this is going to go to council anyway. So if there's any language that the board wants to put in their motion or any recommendations to the language, you can feel free to do so. Because it's the word of the board to go to council, because council could, go any way that, council chooses. So if there's any language we would like to add with this from the board.
Well, if it's apparent to me that the board has a parking issue
Sure.
with this
Issue.
amendment to go to city council for their discussion, adoption, or whatever it is.
Sure.
Is there anyone out there have some comments about the parking? I know we've heard a lot about it tonight. Is there someone like to say something about this petition, adding a parking amendment to it?
No parking, no dice.
My only language would be, I would recommend that it becomes crystal clear. If there's an enforcement mechanism, anyone who would be residing in one of these new units that would be added through anything to do with this particular zoning amendment cannot qualify in any way, shape, or form for a residential parking sticker.
Sure.
I agree with James on that end.
Okay. But
Well, I would also add then, I'm absolutely not in favor of it, but if it is rejected tonight, I'm sure you should rehash it. But one of the things I would strongly recommend is if you do bring in Joe Gaff and a few other officers that are on duty at night and actually get the people that see the problem and let them explain it to you.
Sure.
So you will have you're paying these people for their expert opinions, you should use it. So.
Okay. We'll have Jim and I can have a conversation with Joe Gaff and enforcement, and just maybe generally the traffic commission,
Well, coincidentally, I'm on the traffic commission and I know how they think. So I can tell you right now, you're gonna have a problem because Joe Gaff runs a great ship. And one of the things he's adamant about too, and how his job is made almost intolerable, is because of the parking issue. So
sure.
You can I would recommend bringing Joe on board for his expert opinion.
Sure. And thanks Leo for being on the traffic commission as well and providing your traffic commission opinion to the board as well. So thank you.
So are we saying that this thing is getting tabled at this present time?
Well, can we make a motion?
We can make a motion to table, continue it to the meeting on Monday. Jim and I can have a conversation with Joe Gaff, or the board can, vote to reject or recommend this. Pretty much up to the board.
I would make a motion to reject the changes to zoning amendment section 38 of appendix A housing production conversion ordinance.
All right, actually, it's not reject changes. It would be to recommend or not recommend. Well, Robin, would it be, is the language for recommendation, can you say the board have a motion to not recommend, or is it a recommendation in hopes that it will fail?
I don't know that it matters. I mean, if the recommendation is that the board's against it, I think they could just have they could have a motion that the planning board's recommendation be that the city council, not adopt,
Sure.
that they recommend against adoption.
Okay,
If that's, the board's will, but I don't know that it matters how it's phrased. It's just a recommendation.
sure,
And just-
okay.
Again, just a reminder on a roll call vote for that.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
All right, Leo, I apologize for that.
That's fine, no, that's fine. I mean, you want a motion to not recommend zoning amendment, section 38 of appendix A? Does that sound proper?
Sure, and it will, should we, no, if you, with a motion to not recommend, do you want to include the comments by the, we'll include
You can,
the comments by the board?
you should include all the comments anyway, whether I say
Oh,
it
of
or
course.
not.
Okay, yep, and I'll include like the minutes as well. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay.
Do I have a second? Do we have a second?
Second,
All right,
Second by Phil?
all right. We have a motion on the floor and
Motion made
any,
and seconded to not recommend the changes for section 38 of appendix A.
the housing production conversion ordinance.
Housing production conversion ordinance.
All right, any comments on the motion, or let's just get to roll call? All
Roll
right,
call.
I would just make the comment that I think if this were to go forward with no residential stickers would be possible.
Yep.
Additionally, if we were to just bring on, I don't know, the traffic commission or the folks who were most deeply involved in the city with issuance of parking tickets and could speak to and attest to the parking situation in the city of Everett, I would
Okay.
have been willing to have sent this forward with, my blessings to the city council.
all right, okay,
I agree with that.
all right. I'll have that noted and we'll have a conversation with them. All right, on the motion on the floor, we'll do a roll call vote. Leo Pisano,
Yes on the motion.
yes on, okay, so yes, we're voting to not recommend. So a yes would be to not recommend and a no would be to recommend.
That would be
Just to-
correct.
Okay, all right. Leo Pisano is a yes. All right. Philip Mastrocola,
yes.
James Tarr,
No,
all right. Michael O'Connor
No,
and Frederick Cafaso.
No,
All right, so we have motion fails to carry. Okay. So the language would that be, would the board would okay, so it went 2-3 to not carry. So Robin, would you think that would
So-
suffice, or should we
I
vote
thi-
in the affirmative?
Well, given that the motion to recommend against adoption failed,
Yeah,
it might be helpful if one of the folks who voted against that maybe wants to propose a recommendation to the
Sure.
council.
Sure.
So I don't know, if Jim had, where,
yeah, because I don't want to send something to council that says 2-3 or
well, it's not really a recommendation at this point, if it's
Yeah.
just that we failed to
Just a-
recommend against.
sure, okay,
I
all
mean,
right,
I guess you could,
sure.
so Robin, if I understand you correctly, you would like us, well, whomever, to vote with the stipulations that they would like to have on this
Second
motion.
motion.
so I'm not necessarily advocating for that. I'm just saying given that the recommendation to just vote against this has failed, the planning board may want to send a recommendation of what it would like to see for the three folks that
Okay,
Did-
so
want to recommend something.
all right,
This would be the opportunity to do it.
And if
Okay.
that would be the case, we shouldn't be wasting any more time tonight with it. we should just table it and get, like I said, some more people together. And Robin, you're familiar with us having these meetings with these experts, and hash it over then and not at an open forum with a lot of agendas on there tonight.
Well, I mean, whatever you do would be in a public meeting.
Yeah, if this is if for any zoning ordinance that's produced in front of the board, we'd have to discuss it. So it's something that we could either table or send to council with language, or something that we continue to another meeting, maybe the 21st, or the meeting after that, which is October 13th.
I agree with you, but with the appropriate parties here, as we mentioned, bring in Mr. Gaff,
Sure.
bring his staff in, and let them explain to you what actually goes on, so everybody will be familiar with actually what goes on at night in the city with parking.
Okay.
Okay.
I would, to a certain extent, I mean, I would feel comfortable sending this to the city council if we were to offer up that expertise to them, necessarily as opposed to us. I mean, if we added language where it said, you know, we made it abundantly clear, if you have some kind of new unit that comes under this zoning amendment that you're going to be living in, you can't get a residential parking sticker. The city council is going to have to consult with the parking department and the folks who are most intimately involved with the parking issues in the city. Additionally, if it became a little more clear that the emphasis is more on accessory development units for, you know, a quote unquote in-law apartment, or trying to get de facto units onto the books in a safe and an efficient manner, I'd be perfectly comfortable sending that to the city council for them to deal and to hear some of the arguments from the parking department.
Well, this is here tonight because this is part of section 17, Jim.
Correct. Anything that goes in front of, anything that's a zoning amendment for the zoning ordinance goes before the planning board.
Right, this is our
Before city.
territory. This isn't the city council's territory to initiate the whole process. This is
Correct.
our-
Correct. We're the public hearing process.
Right, so we need to be the ones that generate who we want to speak to. And it should become before us, not the city council.
Correct.
Well, I
And this
mean,
is-
we're already putting it into the legislation potentially that
Hello?
wouldn't be able to qualify for parking if there were to be new units under this
Or-
zoning amendment.
Do you know why? You know, Jim, why I want it that way? Are you familiar with Joe Gaff? Are you?
Oh, yeah, very familiar. I work with them all the time.
Talking to Jimmy, sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Soul.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. What I'm trying to say is the board needs an education. Myself, everybody needs an education to what's going on in the city with parking. And the only way we're gonna get it is to speak to the experts that go through it every night. And this is only so that you learn for the future, so that you know that there is an issue. So when these things come before us, such as this,
Leo, in all fairness, you say that like I don't park in the city of Everett every night.
you must, and do you have a parking space?
Yes, I do. I have a driveway.
Then
And I
you
also
have-
sometimes park in front of my house.
But how about the people that are jammed into other places, Jim? Have you ever, you've been on this
In the
board.
zoning language, it says that they would not be allowed to park by law. That
That's-
would be the zoning amendment. They can't park here. It's a rule of their living in the city of Everett.
I
In
can't.
all fairness, we got to get way away from this whole idea that this is like the divine right of every human being who lives and breathes, that they have to be able to park.
It is. It's not that. It might not be their right so much as it is they're taking their neighbor's parking spaces. And the prime example is going to be 602 Broadway, which is the building with up on the hill. And they gave them a variance for 100 and something parking spots with the thought in mind that because they don't have a parking sticker, 87 units, 120 people, only 37 parking spaces. I guarantee you every night there's going to be 100 cars riding around the neighborhood looking for somewhere to go, and they're not going to have a parking sticker either.
And,
It's like
and,
you people think that because you say that, it's fact.
ju-
And the
and just,
question become, I would go before the zoning board of appeal and ask that one question. When you give out a variance for 100 parking spaces, where do you think the people park? Or do you really think they don't have cars? And that's the education I think a lot of people need. I can't prove it because it hasn't come online yet, but it's gonna be within a year or so that you're gonna see all those people with cars trying to go somewhere. Now, you might have your MBTA route up and down Broadway, greatest thing going, and they will use it, but they also have cars. And I'm telling you, we couldn't sell my uncle's house because it didn't have a driveway. And everybody, and I'm saying, my God, I thought everybody was coming into the city, didn't want didn't need a car. And the realtors, when I say to you too, Shane, bring
Sure.
in Joe Gaff, why don't you bring in some of the local realtors that will explain to you about parking issues? That's all. Bring
All
in
right.
experts.
All right, yeah, we can provide that. I just need some direction from the board in terms of, is this something, because we did a motion and then there was a vote, but is this something that we want to renege on that vote and table to have this continuing conversation, or is this something that we want to send to council with that vote on it in the comments?
Chair will entertain a motion for reconsideration, please.
Motion for reconsideration
Sure,
on the motion to recommend not approving zoning amendment, section 38 of Appendix A.
sure. We have a second on that.
We have a second?
Second it.
All
Motion
right,
Made and seconded for reconsideration of the housing production conversion ordinance.
sure. Do a roll call. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr.
Before I vote on this, can you elaborate on what reconsideration is? Is this a repeat of the
motion-
same vote, or is this?
No, it's, we nullify that vote and then we, start again. We go back into the public hearing.
Then yeah, I would vote to continue the public hearing.
Okay. Frederick Cafaso
Yes.
and Philip Mastrocola.
Yes.
All right, we reconsidered the motion.
At this
zoning-
time, the chair will entertain a motion to either table or continue this until we get further information available.
Sure, we should continue it to either, we have 1 week, so I could see if Joe Gaff's available for the Monday meeting of the planning board, or try for October 13th for that Tuesday.
Why don't we
So,
try October 13th, please?
sure.
Yes.
All right, so would like to hear a motion to table or continue the public hearing for this matter of the zoning ordinance recommendation to October 13th, 2020.
So I'll make a
Yeah.
motion for continuance until October 13th for the recommendation for the zoning amendment, section 38 of Appendix A, housing production conversion ordinance.
And being that this will be using Zoom, I'm assuming, because I don't think anything's changed.
Mhm.
Second, please.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Or Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Cafaso.
Yes.
All right, motion
Motion is
5-0.
continued.
All right, and I'll provide those recommendations, and Jim and I will have a conversation with Joe Gaff and police.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next order, please.
Sure thing. All right, we got number 3. We have a special permit for inclusionary zoning for the Woodway site at 85 to 87 and 119 to 111 Boston Street. The project consists of two 6-story mixed-use buildings with 650 rental units, whereas 33 units will be affordable units. The project parcel shown on the site plan being a parcel of land referenced by Assessor's Department K0-04-00006 and K0-04-0000045. So if anyone here is representing Wood Waste and Boston Street,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Anthony Rossi representing the owner of the property, and present is also Tammy Copson, who represents Greystar on this. As you're aware, we've had previous meetings regarding a minor modification that was previously approved on July 20th, July of 2020. The site has an AUL on this, and we've had previous approval for the 5% affordable in the past. And the only difference here is the unit mixture has changed from the previous approval. So it's going to be the same mixture of 33 affordable units spread throughout the property that will be compliant, so they can be inclusionary units by the state. Maloney Properties, who was previously retained to do the affordable housing marketing plan, is still on board. And so the only difference is because we did a new application and had to be re-advertised, the mixture has changed, but there's still the same amount that was previously approved. And Tammy Copson has a breakdown showing the studio, the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, and the amounts will be the same mixture throughout the project.
Hi, this is Tammy Copson from Greystar. I have just a quick presentation to show you how the unit mix has changed slightly. So
Sure.
I will just be sharing. It says host disabled participant screen
You're all good
sharing.
now. You're all good now.
Okay.
One
Okay.
mishap made me cautious.
No problem. Okay, here we go. Great. So yeah, as Anthony has mentioned, it's a minor modification. The bedroom mix is changing. So obviously the unit mix is changing. The affordable units will be as previously integrated to the rest of the development and comparable in all respects. And as Anthony mentioned, Maloney Properties will continue. In terms of the plan that was changed, and just confirming you can all see my screen.
Yep. You
Yes.
can see it.
It was, and just to revise what it was, what was approved or what was changed was it was a 3-unit building and it's been changed to the 2. So therefore the unit mix also changed slightly. And this is the building. And so obviously the unit mix changed between these 2 buildings. So the units themselves did not change the count, 650 and 650, the affordable units, because the AUL of 5%. So 33, and the amendment is again 33 units. And so basically we just wanted to show how, because it changed from 3 buildings to 2 buildings. In building number 1, it will have 330 units. So it will have the exact 5% affordable, which is 17 units. And building 2 is 320 units. So we'll have the exact of 16 units, creating the exact same 33 unit count. In terms of the changes that we made, this was pertaining to market research data and our input from surrounding properties and market demands. And so what we did is that the studio count went up slightly. So we added 4 units here. The 1-bedrooms, which are not renting too well, went down -8, and then the 2 bedrooms went up. So even though it's 33 and 33, it's actually more beds that we're adding. And that is my very quick presentation, and I'm open to any questions if required.
Sure thing. So does the board have any questions on this matter?
So the actual number has remained the same, 33.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, being that's a new, not, I wouldn't say a new project, but essentially a new affordable housing documentation that, through DHCD, we need to provide the most updated that's accordance, because you can't be using an affordable housing plan for a project that's no longer, that had some changes and modifications to it. So this is more reflective of the current project that the board approved.
Any questions of the board?
Nope.
Nope.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Well, we have to entertain, of course, public
Sure.
comment, of course.
Is there any public comment out there, please?
All right, let me check the YouTube real quickly. All right. Give me a couple of seconds. I don't have anyone calling in. Anyone in the Zoom meeting have any comments about this for the inclusionary zoning for Boston Street? All right, I do not hear any, Mr. Chairman.
So where it is is it considered a public hearing tonight?
Yes. So all matters before the board will have some sort of except for the waiver of site plan review, have some sort of public matter, because there was
All right.
public.
Then
with
I'm gonna
public
ask
notice.
3 times. Anyone in favor of this petition? Anyone in favor of this petition? Anyone in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. I'm gonna ask 3 times for those that may be opposed to this petition. Anyone opposed to this petition? Anyone opposed to this petition? Anyone opposed to this petition? Hearing none, consider that part of the public hearing closed. Any questions, comments of the board? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion for favorable action for the special permit inclusionary zoning 8587 and 119, 111 Boston Street.
Second motion.
I just have
Motion
a quick clarification if I can on the motion. Shane, are there prior conditions that you would still be subject to?
For the inclusionary zoning, it would be subject to the previous site plan review and the modification language.
Okay, just to include those as conditions.
Sure. So on that motion, Leo, would you like to include those conditions as part of the motion?
I'll put a motion for favorable action with conditions for the special permit inclusionary zoning 8587 and 119, 111 Boston Street.
Sure. All right, and we have a
Second
second on that.
motion.
Motion made and seconded to favorable action with the inclusions for 85, 87 and 119, 111 Boston Street. Roll call vote, please.
Sure thing. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Capasso.
Pass. Yes.
Yes. All right.
Thank you,
Motion
Mr. Chairman.
special
Thank you.
permit has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I like your backdrop. You're gonna give the weather next?
All right, moving like right along. All right, so number 4, we have a special permit amendment for inclusionary zoning for project 302 Broadway. The project consists of a multifamily apartment building with 15 rental units, previously 10 units, whereas 2 of the units will be affordable inclusionary units, in which as before was previously 1 unit of inclusionary housing. The project parcel shown on the site plan being a parcel of land referenced by Assessors Department as E0-03-000140. So Anthony Rossi, I believe you're on that one as well.
Yes.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Anthony Ross, on behalf of the petitioner. As you're aware, we had a prior minor site plan application approval based on a ZBA changing the use from 10 to 15 units. The current unit breakdown is 6 2-bedrooms and 9 1-bedrooms. And the previous special permit inclusionary was 1 affordable unit. Based on the new unit mix, even though the FAR did not change, it will be 2 affordable units that now we're requesting to be inclusionary. We proposed 1 unit on the first floor, I believe it's unit number 2, and which is a 1-bed. And then the other unit is unit number 11, which is a 2-bedroom on the top floor to give it a mixture of what's in the building. So it evens itself out. So we were just amending it to add 1 more affordable unit based on the new unit mix. Thank you.
Any questions, board?
Right, hearing none. Mr. Chairman, would you like to open this up for public comment?
Any public comments that would like to speak? Hearing none,
Yeah, I don't see anyone on the YouTube either, so.
I'm going to act this as a public hearing. Asked 3 times. All those in favor of this petition? All those in favor of this petition? Third and final time, all those in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. I'm going to ask 3 times for those that may not be in favor of this petition. Is anyone not in favor of this petition? Is anyone not in favor of this petition? Third and final time, is anyone not in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. Any comments, questions?
Sure, my only comment is that the special permit amendment be reflective of the other conditions of the previous site plan modification and the other language from the amendment. So pretty much we're just touching up the original amendment that the board will sign that was previously approved by the board, but being that's a special permit, we would have to re-notify everyone. So that's my only comment.
Shane, I just want to confirm, because I'm not sure if it's on the application or on the plans. Does it reflect that the proposed inclusionary units be one unit number 2 on the first floor, which is a 1-bed, and a 2-bedroom on the top floor, unit number 11?
Yeah, it would be reflective of your application.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll have and you provide the information to DHCD, and if there's any issues in terms of the unit locations with DHCD, we'll have a follow-up question and conversation.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
No problem at all.
Having no other questions or comments, the chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion for favorable action with previous conditions for the special permit amendment inclusionary zoning for 302 Broadway.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded to, for special permit amendment, inclusionary zoning for 302 Broadway for favorable action. Roll
Right.
call vote.
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola. Phil, you around?
He's muted.
Oh,
Got
you're
himself
muted.
on mute.
You're muted, Phil.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is that, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
cool. 3 yeses. And Chairman Cafaso.
Yes. Did ever
All right.
Mr. Tarr, is he out?
No, where'd he go?
Right there.
Oh, he's there.
I didn't hear his vote.
Mr. Tarr, would you repeat your vote? Oh.
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Just making sure.
Motion
All
has
right.
passed.
Motion is passed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Rossi, for shaving.
I did that for you.
I know you did. You knew you were going to encounter me tonight, right?
I do it.
Next, get a haircut.
They did that too. All right, next order, please.
Sure. We have number 5 on our agenda is a waiver of site plan review for 54 Tilston Street.
Tileston.
Tileston, goodness. I'm not good with my linguistics. So we have 54 Tileston Street, sorry, 2 such meals. The proposal is to change an existing 3-family into a 6-family within the existing footprint of the building, being a parcel of land referenced by the Assessors Department as G0-001-000157. So if the representative for the project is here, you feel free to speak up and talk about your submission. Is anyone here for 54 Tileston Street? That's you. All right, speaking again, is anyone here for the project at 54 Tileston Street? Looks like McDougal Architects did the work for it. Okay. I do not see anyone. I do not hear anyone. So, all right, that's very. All right, I'll repeat one more time. Is anyone here for 54 Tileston Street to, I don't know, promote their project or look for a waiver of site plan review? All right. All right, Mr. Chairman, we can either push this item toward the end of the agenda, or we'll just push them another week for next Monday. So up to the board.
The chair will entertain a motion to put this on the last part of our agenda tonight to see if they come in.
Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, this is my fault. They actually sent a continuance letter for the September 21st. They weren't, the applicant is out of town. So they're actually going to be continued. They're asking for a continuance to the September 21st meeting. Apologize for that. Sorry.
Thank you. They've asked for a continuance.
Yes.
You have a motion on that, please?
Motion for continuance for the waiver of site plan review for 54 Tileston Street until September 21st.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to
And, all right,
continue 54 Towson Street to a regular business meeting.
correct.
Now this, apparently this is similar to a zoning amendment that were discussed in the beginning. Is this not correct?
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these, so yeah, it's similar to that, and we'll see other ones potentially at the next meeting as well that may deal with this. So, yeah, it's a growing trend, but we can have that discussion on the September 21. So, I apologize. So
Motion
we'll
made
do
and
our
seconded to continue to September 21. Roll call vote.
sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes,
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Philip Mastercola,
Yes,
James Tar,
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Capasso.
Yes.
All right, this has been continued to a regularly scheduled meeting on September 21, 2020. Apologize for that, but all right, we're moving right along. All right, we have number 6. It's a site plan review and a special permit for inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway. Let me just pull up quickly the public notice for that.
Shane, is it at all possible? Okay, I was just gonna say
Sorry,
there was
yeah.
somebody who
Yeah,
needed a muting, I think.
apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'm on like 2 computers right now trying to manage the screen and, all right, legal notices. And 530. All right. So in accordance with provisions of MGL Chapter 40A with Section 19 and Section 32 for inclusionary zoning of the Everett zoning ordinance, the Everett Planning Board will conduct a virtual public hearing Monday, September 14th at 7 p.m. to be viewed on the YouTube link as stated on the public notice to consider the above application for a special permit and site plan review proposal to redevelop a former Masonic Hall located at 536 Broadway to a residential 11-unit building with one of the apartments being an affordable unit. The applications with narrative and the site plan were received on July 15th, 2020. These plans are entitled The Renovations to the Everett Masonic Lodge, 536 Broadway, Everett, Mass., and prepared by the Engineering Alliance Incorporated out of Saugus, Mass., and prepared by 536 Broadway Street LLC, out of 523 Cambridge Street in Allston, Massachusetts. Copy of the applications are on file and available at the city office of the city clerks and the Department of Planning and Development, both located at City Hall, and can be inspected online anytime or by request during City Hall business hours. So if anyone wants to look at those files, it's available online, as well as if you call us down to the window, we can show those files to you. Anyone interested in wishing to be heard in the proposal shall attend tonight's virtual hearing above in accordance with the agenda of the meeting located under the planning board of the city of Everett.com/agenda center. As items may be continued to a later date, please contact myself, Shane O'Brien of the Department of Planning and Development at Shane.O'Brien@cieverettma.us or 617-944-0236 before intending with any comments, questions, or concerns. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to open this project up.
Is the proponent here, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Anthony Ross on behalf of the petitioner. This is, and members of the board, I apologize. This is, I'm sure the city's aware of the Masonic building next to the old high school. This was used as pretty much as a church for many years. My client is a developer and we were looking for alternate uses in relation to this property. He recently purchased the property. We've met with the city and discussed what type of use here. My client did not want to have a lot of micro units here, so he tried to make it as, it's almost an 11,000 plus square foot building. So now the proposed use is 11 units, 6 of which are 2 bedrooms, 4 are 1 bedrooms, and 1 studio. So, and it's an historic building, and he's dealing with the Everett Historic Commission now, and he's going through historical tax credits to restore the building. As you're aware, Leo, we don't have to do brick on this. It's already there. So we're just trying to now, as far as site plan is concerned, the major difference, the only thing we're really doing on site plan is we're adding an ADA handicap ramp in the front because you need ADA accessibility for the building. And we're adding bike storage in the back. I believe it's 12 bike racks for the building. And also it does not have, the biggest improvement is that we're installing a subsurface infiltration facility for the roof runoff where none currently exists now. Other than that, the building, the way you see it, is really going to just be restored. Of course, new windows, roof, mechanicals, will consist of 11 units. And one of the units that we're proposing now will be an affordable unit, and that will be a duplex unit also to be the affordable unit that's proposed on it. So it's essentially out of the 11 units, one will be affordable and 10 will be in 11,000 square feet. So they're large as far as units are concerned, but there are only 6 2-bedrooms out of the 11. And he did not want to do 20, 30 micro units as he's concerned about parking, but he's also getting rid of the use that's currently there, which essentially brings more parking to that area.
So how many floors are there, Mr. Rossi, on this?
There is, and if I may, there'll be, it's a first level and a basement and a second level. Those are existing. So it's not changing to what it is now. It's just that the first floor in the basement, you got duplexes. So you have 2-bed, 2-bath duplex, 2 of those on the first floor and basement. You have 1 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath basement duplex. You have 1 bedroom, 1.5 bath affordable duplex on the first and basement, and you have 1 studio. And the second level will consist of 3 2-bedroom, 2 baths, and 3 1-bedroom, 1 bath. So these are essentially going to be luxury type of units because the size and the amenity, and we're trying to cater to that because we can't create parking on this site because the way it is, and it's historic, and we're working with historic, and it's on the Broadway corridor. So we're not as concerned as far as that. That's why you want to do a really lot in the building and spend close to $2 million in restoring this building. So he wants to keep it. My client keeps these type of structures and now create a better use and get rid of, and finally do something with the building and create higher revenue down the road. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you.
Any questions of the board, please?
Are these units rentals or are they going to be condos?
He's developing them so they can be built as if they were condos. And then he's going to see where the market goes. You know, right now, due to COVID with these type of units, in the apartment rental might not be the way to go. It may be as condos, which is why he always wanted the alternative to make these nicer product units and so forth. So that's why they're built in this manner, and that's why they designed that manner to offset the acquisition cost and also the cost to build what he's building here. So it's most of these are duplexes, as you can see, other than the top 4 units.
By means, excuse me, by means, Leo?
Yes, please. Mr. Rossi,
Yes,
I'll start with where we usually start at the beginning, hopefully. A100, drawing A100. Do you have those drawings with you?
A100. Yep, I got it right here.
Right there, that'd be fine.
Sure.
As we're looking at the diagram on the right, there are 5, looks like, units on the outside of the building. Air conditioning units or a split system. See them there? Yep, right there. Yep.
The mechanical equipment. Yes.
Those 5,
Yes.
those 5 right there. You know,
Yes.
there's a house right next door to you. And those
Correct.
5, excuse me?
correct. Let me just go look at it. I apologize, Leo. Let me just
That's
get it
okay.
in front of me.
Tony, take your time.
Yes, there is.
Yes, and we had this very problem with a house up on another street, Bradford Street, and he was putting the compressors outside, and the lady next door was very concerned with the noise factor, and he wound up moving them around, whatever. He got rid of them. You have room on the roof, because I see on the roof, you show units on the roof. So I would
That's not
not
a
want 5 air conditioning units sitting next to my house. This guy in the con next to you just spent a ton of money redoing that whole house over. Now he's gonna listen to 5 air conditioners units out there running all the time. I would recommend you find somewhere else to put them, either almost on the other side of the building where there's no abutters.
We
So-
could put it on the roof.
Okay, that'd be, Tony, that'd be the best. Okay, thank you. Okay,
We can put it on the roof.
okay. All your mechanical equipment that's going in, is it gonna go through the roof, or are you gonna be poking out the side of the building? As you know, we hate that.
Yeah, I don't think you can, Leo, because there's historical and they're going through historical, the tax credits, they have to go through the roof
Good, good.
because they can't penetrate through that.
That's
So,
fine, right?
and my client's already gone through that process.
Okay. Do we have comments from each department on this, Shane?
We do. There was no issue. We have some, in the staff report I provided to, the board at the August 24th meeting. The applicant is going to have to file with the ZBA for variances due to the lack of parking. So the question about the parking relief and parking alternatives may include, joining the, TMA once established. I believe that's before city council tonight. From our department, we had some questions about the information of the bicycle specifications. We'd like some sort of specs for where the type of bike parking equipment's going to be there, as well as the ramp specifications for the ADA accessible entrance. The applicant has we've received comments from several. I believe I mailed them over to the board members. We received a lot of letters from local peoples in the area. So we got comments from the owner of Dunkin' Donuts, stating that is unable to attend. Actually, let me read it verbatim just to have right into the record. Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. My name is Gianna D'Angelo. I am the owner of the Dunkin' located at 524 Broadway. I will be unable to attend the YouTube meeting. However, there is a minor concern about the project that I would like to bring up. Over the past few years, there have been projects such as sidewalk repairs, painting of the bus lane that have taken place in front of my Dunkin' location. In the past, we have not received notice of work being done that could impede my business. We find the contracted company or city officials will close the entrance to my drive-in, which results in a massive loss of my business. It is my opinion that all businesses affected by construction shall be notified of when work will be done, and I also do not believe the company's contract have the right to shut down the main source of my business at any time. The renovations to Everett Masonic Lodge will be taking place a short distance from my location. I am worried about the impact that it will have on my business. If you could share these concerns with the parties involved, that would be great. Feel free to email me or give my office call at 617-387-4291. Thank you sincerely, Gianna D'Angelo, who owns the Dunkin' Donuts at 524. So our comments from that would be making sure that all construction and any work being done to either notify the city of the construction, which we typically do. But these concerns seem typically of overall Department of Public Works and other traffic concerns that the city doesn't attentively let people know of happening. So just recommending that through the board. And then we also have comments from Lauren Serenello, chairman of the Everett Historical Commission. I received this August 24th, 2020. Dear Mr. O'Brien, on Wednesday, August 19th, 2020, the Everett Historical Commission, in a unanimous decision, voted in support of the Everett Masonic Building project. The Masonic Building has been vacant for many years, constituting an eyesore that can be rehabilitated into much-needed housing for the city of Everett. Therefore, we ask that the Everett Planning Board approve of Mr. Farahani's rehabilitation application for the good of our city. Sincerely yours, Lawrence W. Arenello, Chairman of the Everett Historic Commission. And we also received letters from various residents, which I provided to the board. One from Tristan Hope. Hello, Mr. O'Brien. I'm a resident of Everett. I reside at 17 Shute Street, Everett, Mass. I had a chance to review the plans of the proposed property. I support the rehabilitation of 536 Broadway to 11 units. I look forward to it being completed, seeing completed development. Thank you and good day. And similar messages of that as well from various members of the public. Dear Mr. Ryan, I'm a resident of Everett. I had the chance to review the plans of the proposed property. I express my full support for the rehabilitation of 536 Broadway to 11 residential units. I look forward to seeing the complete development. This is by Michael Martinez. Same language for pretty much all of these. Dear Mr. O'Brien, I'm a resident of Everett. I had the chance to review the plans. They're all the similar language. This one is done by Wesley Angel, Pedro Jr. Canero. Does not state an address. This one does not state an address. We have someone that resides at 26 Tappan, Apartment 1, who had a chance to review the plans, property, and expressed their full support. We have someone at 7 Jones Street, Apartment 2, Zachary Vaccarino. The one before that was a Christian Petrie. Anthony Bello of 55 Hancock Street supports this project. And we have a Brian Gomez and a Lauren Hendy as well, and a Melvin Chavez. So I sent all these to the board, these recommendation letters as well. And other comments we have is that the comments that the fire department has is that we would just want to make sure that all fire escapes are accessible in case of acceptable by the fire department, and the fire department has no issues with that. So those are our recommendations and comments from other departments. If any other board members have any comments or questions for staff.
Did we get any comments from the abutters? Or were the abutters notified?
Yes, those were a list of abutters that had comments for it.
Those weren't abutters. The 10 streets down the other.
These were the comments from the abutters. That's what I received as from emails.
Abutters are within what, 300 to 500 feet of the building?
Yeah, but abutters were notified of the project, and those were emailed comments, so there may be abutters that are on this meeting tonight.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear from the abutters. I mean,
Sure.
more than, I mean, I never seen, it's like a boilerplate letter went out to a lot of friends. I mean, not to knock anybody, but that's kind of rare. But anyway,
Sure.
I just want to know that the abutters have been alerted. And I would ask Mr. Rossi, you're going with inclusionary zoning units?
Yes,
1 unit?
yeah, because it's a 1 unit requirement for 11.
Huh?
It's 1 unit requirement for the 11.
So you're going with 10% or 15%?
I thought it was 15%. I could be wrong. I'm
That's what I'm
sorry.
saying, 15%, and you got 11 units. That looks like you should have had 2 units.
I could be mistaken. I'm not sure, but I thought whatever the requirement is, we're required to.
We're gonna grant that, well, if things go well for you, Tony, we'll grant that tonight, but I want to know that it's 2 units.
Yes, if it's, I believe on the zoning, it's up to 15 is 15%. Is that correct, Leo?
I'm pretty sure, I'm not gonna be quoted on it, but I'm just asking. I'm pretty sure you needed 2 units.
Yeah, we can look at that. If it's, based on 15%, it looks like it might be.
Okay, fine, that's just
But-
part of what I want to make sure that you do, okay?
Sure.
Your developer spending a lot of money here just to get to this point, all on the premise that you're going to get the necessary variances from the zoning board of appeal. Anthony,
Yes.
pretty big gamble, or you feel that it's not a gamble?
I mean, personally, me as a developer, I would probably want to see more units, like micro units, on it as myself as a developer. But I think he likes to build certain product and he feels good in certain products. He develops in multiple cities and he feels good at the location. And he wants to spend the money, and he's hoping that he gets these tax credits too, Leo. Because if you get the historical tax credits by restoring the building,
Yeah.
you can get federal and state. I believe it's 20 and 20.
He's putting up a lot of money, just hoping that the ZBA gives you the necessary variances. If they say no to you, the whole project stops.
Correct. But that, we have no choice to go in this direction now, Leo,
So,
because you have to go.
I mean, just as an observer, it appears to me that the ZBA is becoming very repetitious, easily read that you're gonna get this, spending $150,000 for a set of prints, and you don't even have your variances yet. So that's
Believe me,
all.
Leo.
Tony, it's an observation. That's all.
I just want to tell you, he did not want to do that. The problem is, Leo, under the new zoning, we have no choice but to go to planning first before they go to the ZBA. Believe me, he did not want to spend that money, but we don't have a choice under the new zoning with the city. You got to go to planning first.
I agree with you, and I find that's why it was a little odd it got switched, but because all of that could get shot down. Now I have to ask Shane a question.
Sure thing.
Oh, when it was switched over, as
Yes.
Anthony Rossi points out, part of that was that the planning board was going to make recommendations on all variances.
Correct.
As if he had 5 variances, what happened to one of the projects that were before us? It was 602 Broadway.
Right.
The board granted, or we didn't grant, we gave a favorable recommendation on 4 of the variances.
Except for the parking.
I was the only one in opposed to it. The rest of the board was in favor, so they got our recommendation went to the ZBA to approve all the variances. And that hasn't happened in the last few projects. I'm wondering, are we going to be getting back to that?
Yeah, we can provide it as part of this recommendation. A lot of the projects that we were also working with were by right, so they didn't require zoning board. Similar to like the Garvey Street was a by right project. And a couple of the projects that we were also looking at were minor modifications.
Okay.
So there's actually a project before us tonight, later on, that went before the planning board that was approved by us with, you know, the recommendations affirmative that we were okay with the parking, that was denied by the zoning board or failed to carry. So they're back before us in a different format. So no, we've been providing the recommendations as part of this, and we've always let people know about. But the last couple of projects at the last couple of meetings we've had, but we're mostly by right. But this is a project that, of course, you know, there's issues with parking, and you know, the setbacks aren't. You know, the setbacks are what it is, and it's an existing building. So what they're looking for variances and recommendations are pretty much parking.
I want to ask Mr. Rossi another question.
Sure.
Again, as you point out, Anthony Rossi, you're going to spend $2 million on this project, a lot of money, luxury buildings, maybe even condos. And these people are going to show up and they're not going to have any parking. As a matter of fact, if the ZBA grants you the variance, they'll probably put in there, as Mr. Tal pointed out earlier, the recommendation that you do not get any off-street parking stickers. So you got some beautiful apartments there, and you people are actually expecting your clients, the renters or the new owners, not to have a vehicle? I just like to get into the minds of developers to see first how, you know, you build these beautiful and they look beautiful, and you're saying to me, no one in those buildings are going to own a car.
If I may, Leo, we're hoping that if the ZBA does approve it and this goes well tonight, we're hoping they don't put the restriction for stickers on this project. And we don't think it's similar to other ones that have been approved on Broadway when they, you know, took a 2-family down and built, you know, 30 units or 40 units or 20 units. This is a Masonic lounge that's been over the years, you know, religious use and so forth. And on Broadway, there's not really a lot of, there's parking over there that we were hoping that we don't get those, we still keep those residential stickers, because we're actually taking a lot of cars away from the use that was previously there. And we're hoping we still get a residential sticker, 1 or 2 for the 2 bedrooms and 1 for the 1 bedrooms and studios, because they're gonna be parking probably on Broadway. I can't tell you what the board is gonna do, but we're hoping that, but yes, that is a serious concern of my clients. In fact, we had a few conversations today about that concern.
But that's an interesting comment that you just made. You're gonna park on Broadway. Right now, the restrictions on Broadway going south, you can't park between 4 and 9. So I'm sure someone's gonna park their car at 10 o'clock at night and get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and move it. So that shoots
Yeah.
down, that shoots down that side. Now, when the people come home at night, on the other side of the street, they're trying to put in the new bus lane, which is gonna restrict parking, and I don't know what the hours are gonna be. I would estimate between 3 and 8, so no one can park over there. It's gonna be really interesting to see where these people are gonna park out there. That's all. It's curiosity. It's nothing I can do about it. I just can't see with these total restrictions on Broadway where to park a car, where they're gonna go. Well, I know where they're gonna go. They're gonna go on Pleasant Street. Where else they're gonna go? And they're gonna go into the neighborhood. And that's why I keep complaining about parking. You put a building, you need parking. Because even you know it, these people have to have a car. And if they put the restrictions on you, and it's not fair not to put the restrictions on you when they put them on GTA's project, Dr. Mavilio's old office next to the Pile Inn, and they put them on 602 Broadway. It's whatever. I'm gonna leave it with the ZBA's, the omnipresence, wonderful decisions. I'll leave it to them. Okay. But thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks,
it.
Dan.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the board?
I was just a little curious as what ADA compliance would look like on the interior of the building.
Anthony, would you like to?
Anthony, would you like me to
Sorry, Jim.
address that? So
Yes, please.
my name's Sharon Gentius. I'm with Joy Street Design. We're the architects for the project. So the ADA compliance for a renovated building is a little bit different than for new construction. All the common areas have to be accessible. So we'll have the ramp up on the side. Actually, it's gonna be a slope sidewalk and then a lift to get you into the lobby. All the first floor units will be visitable, but there is no access up to the second floor of the building.
Okay,
There's no elevator in the building, essentially.
right, okay. And yeah, just it says no new additional parking. What is the existing parking for the building?
There isn't any. It's
None.
pretty much a locked building.
Okay,
So the way it is, and it's because it's historical, you sort of can't really do anything with the building.
okay,
Yeah, and that's kind of another comment that the department have. It's one of those that historically this property has never had parking. So whatever use would go there, it's been a religious institute in the past. My understanding, and before that, probably, who knows? But there's going to be a need for parking regardless of what's on the site, and there's going to be some sort of methodology of solving that parking problem, and the applicant's going to figure that out especially with zoning, but we also have to look at, it's a project that we look at in terms of the adequacy of the parking and loading and et cetera, but there's really not that loading and parking that's on the site, or traffic, or the proposal is not really generating that traffic that we would typically see on a typical project.
I'm sure it's not generating as much as a religious institution would at one point.
No.
How did that work? Do you know anecdotally what the frequency in and out of the building was when it was what was it, a church of some kind?
Well, if I remember recently, they were using it, the Muslim religion were using it during their Ramadan and for religious services at that time. But prior to that, it's been vacant.
Okay.
It was a Masonic lodge, and Masonics of a fraternal organization, not religious, but fraternal. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rossi.
That's correct. That's 100% correct. Exactly what the use was, and that's what it was. And that's just, I think they called Masonic Lodge because that's what the building was built and showed on the structure for, all those years. But the use is exactly as Mr. Cafasso just stated.
So essentially, I'm just curious, it seemed like it functioned and it functioned well as those kinds of institutions.
Right, I mean, it did what it had to do because of the size. It was one floor. And the Masons used that as their meeting hall and whatever services they did. But then you got the Muslims who were renting it after the Masons left the building. You know, they were only using it a certain month of June or something to that effect.
Okay.
And yeah, they were just, and then departing that night, you know.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Rossi?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board?
Hearing none, we'd like to continue with the public hearing.
Sure.
Anyone, may I? Anyone in favor of this petition? Is anyone in favor of this petition? Third and final time, is anyone in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. Is anyone opposed to this petition? Is anyone opposed to this petition? Third and final time, is anyone opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. Any questions, comments of the boards or anybody out there on YouTube?
No, don't have any comments on YouTube. I don't believe anyone in the Zoom meeting has any comments in regards to this property.
Okay, I'd like entertain a motion. And I'd like the motion to include the fact that Ms. D'Angelo has a business that would like to continue operating because it's a daily business, and I don't see the need for her to be encumbered upon, if I could put it that way. If that could be put into language so that it's not detrimental to her.
Sure, we can state that all construction equipment is, if the board chooses to approve this project or continue it to a further date, that we look into the making sure that, well, this should be for all projects, but make sure that the construction is maintained on the frontage of this property and not to affect any other businesses on Broadway.
That would be great. That'd be great. And I think
On that comment. A lot of echoes. Site utilization,
Yes,
that's part of the site plan.
correct.
That hasn't been submitted. And I know there's not going to be much in the way of trucks coming in as far as steel, whatever.
The only thing,
As you just brought up, Jim Soper has a lot of that in his office, and he's put together a great package to hand out to these people so that you know what your hours of operation are, the whole thing. So I would suggest that Mr. Rossi get a copy from Mr. Soper of our site utilization plan. So we'll show you your
That's
restrictions.
fine. I think, Leo, I think they were more concerned that when they do like street work to bring maybe sprinkler lines in, or
That's right.
cities doing any type of lines, it doesn't disturb their use, because we would never do anything on the interior structure. We're not doing anything on the exterior. So all you're really getting is lumber deliveries in the front of the building, just to do the interior of the building. So, and that's really just interior framing.
That'd be the question, Tony. When you get your deliveries, you're going on the side of the building, the back, where you're going. It's just those common questions so that the ISD knows what's happening out there. That's all. It's a courtesy.
Yeah, and we'll address that with Jim
Okay,
and make sure when they do that.
right. And that way there, that'll cover the butter, Ms. D'Angelo's problem down there.
and ironically, I went by the site today, and there was city officials and DPW workers in front of 536 Broadway, which would have impeded any construction activities that you guys would have been doing today. So just an FYI. So yeah, we'll be more courteous with city projects, and I'll let people know of Dunkin' Donuts' issue, but of course this project is not, we're not going to recommend that they impede other adjacent projects with this construction.
Thank you. So the chair will then entertain a motion at this time. Is that not what we're going to do?
Shane, just a quick question. Do you have any other conditions, like the standard inclusionary zoning conditions from the bylaw?
For the inclusion, well, we would do two separate votes for site plan review and inclusionary zoning.
Okay,
I believe, well, we can, I just put it together so for the ease of the public notice. But the board it's choosing can do a vote for site plan review, and then we can do, Mr. Rossi, if you'd like to do a presentation about inclusionary zoning as well. But if there's an issue with the 1, 2, it's, if the unit number is 1 or 2, we're gonna have to look at that. And then maybe we table the inclusionary zoning to a later date.
and just to also, I believe they agreed to put the air compressors on the roof for site plan purposes.
Yes.
Correct.
So let's look for the board if they would like to approve the site plan review, and then perhaps we continue the discussion for inclusionary zoning to the next September 21st hearing, if that's okay with the board and the applicant.
Yeah,
Mr. Rossi, are you
I'm
prepared to go forward with the inclusionary zoning tonight?
I'm trying to see if my client, he was on the call. I just want to get his say on it. Manny, what do you prefer?
You're muted. Oh,
Anthony, hi. Hi, everyone.
Yes.
So what is your question again, Anthony? I'm sorry, I was just looking at the
So
text.
under the inclusionary, do you want to table the inclusionary to the 21st for further discussion? Or do you want to have that heard tonight and voted upon tonight?
No, whatever you recommend.
So I believe the application does state 2 inclusionary units. Shane, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, let me check once again. Yes, it does. I apologize for that. That was a mistake on my part.
So-
Yeah, it does. The application does state two inclusionary units.
So what we were requesting was the first floor, 1-bedroom duplex, 1.5 bath, and also the first floor studio to be the 2 inclusionary units. And I would ask that the board would vote on that tonight. Manny, do you have an objection that they vote tonight?
No, that's fine.
I apologize. It is 2 units, and it states on the application.
Is it 15% or is it 14%? I'm sorry.
It's 15%.
It's 15% of 11.
15%.
So why don't we take each item individually, please?
Sure thing.
Chair will entertain a motion for site plan review for 536 Broadway.
I'll make a motion for favorable action with departmental comments and comments from the abutters and comments from this evening, the site plan review for 536 Broadway.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded for favorable action with comments inclusive for 536 Broadway, site plan review. Roll call vote, please.
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Cafasa.
Yes.
All right. Motion
At this time, we're going into inclusionary zoning
Sure.
for 536 Broadway.
Sure. I just want to make sure that we have any public comments for inclusionary zoning. Just wanted to separate the two. So we have any public comments for inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? All right, I don't see any on the YouTube. Does anyone in the meeting have any comments from Zoom? All right, I don't see any or hear any.
Then I'm gonna use this as a public hearing as well.
Yes.
For all those in favor of inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? All those in favor for inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? And all those in favor for inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? Any, hearing none? For those that may be opposed to inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? Anyone opposed to the inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? Third and final time, is anyone opposed to the inclusionary zoning for 536 Broadway? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. Any questions or comments of the board? And nobody out there in YouTube?
No one on YouTube.
Hearing,
No, that's not me, so. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not sure whose phone it's that. All right, that was weird. All right, Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
okay, hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion for favorable action for inclusionary zoning of 2 apartments for 536 Broadway.
Second the motion.
Motion been made and seconded for inclusionary zoning for 2
And then-
apartments.
If I can, are there conditions for this, Shane?
No, just the typical inclusionary zoning, as stated on the application. The applicant's gonna have to provide a, lottery application information to the, planning department for review. So that would be my only condition. Anthony, you know, the typical,
Yeah, Maloney
Lottery.
Properties. probably.
yeah, the typical application for, the department to review, for inclusionary zoning. And we'll provide, once we receive that, and we'll provide any comments to the board if anything changes through DHCD.
And do we have to list the units? And they weren't listed on the application, but they were the 1-bedroom duplex on the first floor
Yep.
and the studio on the first floor.
Okay, yeah, that is correct. Okay, we'll have that, we'll tie that to the record of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing
we
none, the roll call vote, please.
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Cafaso.
Yes, motion is passed.
All right,
Thank you, Mr.
Leo.
Chairman. Thank you, members.
at your recommendation, would the board like to provide any recommendations for parking to the ZBA?
But for which, for the, this
536 Broadway. Do we have any comments in terms of recommendations for the variance for the parking?
well, let's do this. Is that the only variance that's being requested?
Attorney Rossi, can you confirm other variances that would be required for this property?
Yeah, I think what happened, Leo, there was a confusion whether we fell into the setbacks because it's a pre-existing building. And just to be cautious, we asked Mr. Soper to put in the setbacks in there on the building, just so, because we don't want to do this and spend all the money, then you're not getting all the appropriate relief. So we put in there the setbacks, but we're not really adding to the setbacks. It's a pre-existing structure. We're working off the existing structure. So I think that was it, but I can get you specific language because I just pulled it out right now. 1 second.
Yeah, we have side setbacks. I think 6.3 feet. Do you have the other ones for
I
the
think we
front?
definitely had the frontage. We definitely had the frontage, and I believe we had the rear yard. It was just the side yard, but I'll double check right now. I have it.
Sure.
I have the denial letter. But we just did that just for, between me and you, Leo, just to be cautionary. Because of the amount of money you spending. Let me just see, here it is. It says in here, variance for parking spaces. And I don't know if this is the last one, but I thought there was for a side yard setback. So this might not be the last denial letter that I received, but I believe it was side yard setback also.
And from the department for the recommendations, being it's an existing building, we don't have any real issues with the setbacks. It's just a question of the board of their comfort level in terms of parking.
Right, right. We're opening for a motion, Mr. Chairman.
On what now?
Sure, we're looking for a motion for a recommendation to the zoning board for the parking requirement recommendations to the zoning board to help them
What are they
guide.
what are they looking for parking spaces? Do we know how many? Because it says proposed no spaces.
They're probably looking for 0 spaces on site.
Correct. So Michael, so on the parking relief, I think the zoning requires 2 parking spaces per units, and we can't put any parking because it's an historic building. We can't tear it down. So we'd be getting relief for 22 parking spaces essentially.
They're looking for no parking for their project, but as part of their promotion and selling of the property, they're obviously going to look for some sort of parking stickers, whether the zoning board allows it or they'll have to find some sort of parking elsewhere. I believe that's what they're proposing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Question for Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Do you know how close this property is in relation to the BRT line that runs down Broadway? Could you tell me what the nearest bus stop is?
Bus stop is literally right around the corner. There's one across the street, I believe, and there's one further down. It's definitely near a bus route. I don't know how many people are going to take the bus during COVID now between me and you, but it's definitely near a bus route. It's right on Broadway, so there's buses that go through all the time.
There's
I
a
own a
bus in
building.
front of the high school.
Correct. So it's right there, because I know I have a building literally 2 doors down, and the bus, it was
on
right
the
around the
corner
corner.
of Pleasant Street and Broadway, the bus stop, right there.
Which is right there.
In front of the high school, Leo.
Another one up
moved
the
it.
street too, Fred, you're right.
They moved it up the street.
Oh, okay, okay.
Used to be right on the corner of,
Pleasant and Broadway,
right, but they moved it
okay.
because, for what reason? But it's up the street in front of the high school.
So Jim, it's abutting the structure essentially.
Okay. Abutting the structure and also at a time when they're expanding bus rapid transit along Broadway to and from.
So is there a motion out there that we have to?
Yeah, if anyone wants to make a recommendation for the zoning boards.
What, I'd make a motion, I'd make a motion to reject the variance for parking for 536 Broadway.
Right. Do we have a second on that motion?
I don't think it's reject the variance.
It's a recommendation. It's
It's a
reject a recommendation.
All right,
Do we have a second? Or
Do we have a second?
I don't see one.
Hearing none, there is no recommendation.
Motion fails. All right. Does anyone have a second motion?
Favorable action, essentially.
Favorable recommendation from Mr. Tar. Do we have a second? Do we have a second on that motion?
Well, I'll second it, providing, what we hear back from the ZBA about the parking.
Sure. Okay. All right.
but you won't hear back from them, Mike. They'll either vote yes or no. They're not gonna, you know what I'm saying, Mike? They don't.
Well, if they vote yes, then they receive the variance for parking.
Correct. There's no
And
coming back to us at a second shot to say, well, what do you know? No, whatever.
Well, yeah, and then if they vote no, then they'll end up like another project that's in front of us,
Whatever.
which they would have to go back before the zoning board and the planning board.
Well, it's going through to the zoning board with the planning board's recommendation for favorable action then
Correct.
on parking.
Correct, but
You
it's a
gotta
recommend.
You need a
Well,
roll call vote on that too.
Well,
Yes.
considering the last couple of projects, they were made not to get parking stickers. I'm gonna have to go along with that on this one also.
Sure, okay. Is that all right, is that appropriate on your motion, James?
Run I guess I would like to hear the full motion in all of its language.
The motion is to recommend favorably, but not to give the applicant parking stickers, on-street parking stickers.
I mean, that was kind of what I was making the motion for, but okay.
I think we should just do a simple recommendation. On the variance for parking. I don't think it,
No, I agree with Mike. He wants to put a condition on it.
sure. All right, so we're on James's motion. Michael, do you second that motion?
No.
Okay. Do we have a second on James's motion?
Having none, the motion failed.
All right, 2 motions failed. All right, does anyone have a third motion?
Well,
You gotta have something there.
Leo's original motion there with, you know, like I said, the last couple of major projects on Broadway, they were declined residential stickers. And
Sure.
I don't see why this one should get residential stickers, so I'm gonna
So,
be for, against the residential stickers.
so favorable on the variance, but not to get residential stickers. Favorable recommendation, albeit they can't get stickers.
Can't get the stickers.
Right.
Sure. Do we have a second on that?
I second it.
Sure. Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We have a second. Does anyone have any comments on the motion?
I'll conduct the meeting.
Okay, sorry, apologize, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? And then we'll take a roll call vote.
Sure. All right. Roll call vote. Michael O'Connor,
For not residential stickers, I vote yes.
yes. Leo Pisano,
No,
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
James Starr,
Yes.
Leo, Chairman Cafaso.
No.
Okay, so we got a 3-2 for recommending the recommendation of the parking with the comments of no stickers.
the whole the whole motion is that the board recommends a variance for parking with
The conditions
the
of no
condition that
no
they
residential
get
stickers are provided.
off-street parking. Okay, so it's all one motion.
Correct, that's the motion.
All right.
All right, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi.
All right, Mr. Chairman, could we take
Thank you.
is it possible we could take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, the board asked for 5-minute recess. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're on recess, 5 minutes.
Sure.
And this is Joel Bargman. Do you can you give us a screen share? Shane, I see.
Shane,
I
is
see
it
the host
possible
is disabled.
Is it
Screen
possible?
share.
Are we in session yet?
I apologize, Mr. Chair, I was on mute. Yeah, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read it, the public notice for item number 7.
Please.
Sure. All right, so item number 7 is a site plan review, inclusionary zoning special permit, and a dimensional special permit for a project located at 1690 Broadway. So in accordance with the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A with Section 19, Section 30, Section 32, and Section 33, which is the Commercial Triangle Economic Development District of the Everett zoning ordinance. The Everett Planning Board is conducting a virtual public hearing today, Monday, 14th, 2020 at 7 p.m. that can be viewed on YouTube at the link as presented on the agenda to consider the above listed application for site plan review and inclusionary zoning special permit and special permits for parking and dimensional relief relative to the proposal to build 800 transit-oriented development residential units with 15,000 square feet of commercial space. 5,000 of that square feet of commercial space is located in Chelsea, with 3 of the buildings in Everett and 1 of the buildings in Chelsea on a parcel shown on the site plan being a parcel of land referenced by Assessor's Department as K0-04-00000084, located in the Commercial Triangle Economic Development District. In accordance with Section 32, 40 of the 800 units are proposed to be affordable units. In accordance with Section 33, the applicant will be seeking special permits for necessary dimensional relief, including at the time of this application from side yard setbacks. 10 feet is the minimum required, a minimum of 4 feet by special permit, and this current request is at 4.8 feet per Section 33 F3. Allowable height, the request is a maximum to 100 feet per Section 33 F5, and a reduction of the required parking. 923 spaces are required and 906 are proposed as per Section 30 G4 of the Everett zoning ordinance. The specifics of that relief may change through this public hearing process. The applications with narrative and the site plan were received on July 30th, 2020. The plans are entitled Proposed Site Documents for Grossman Companies Incorporated Proposed Mixed-Use Development, were prepared by Bowler of Boston, Massachusetts, in association with Bargman, Hendry, and Archetype Incorporated, Brown and Sardina, and Banas and Associates Incorporated. And the applicant provided a draft of the inclusionary housing plan dated August 12th, 2020. Copy of these plans are available in the office of the city clerk and the Department of Planning and Development, both located at City Hall, and request by regular City Hall business hours. But other than that, if but the applicant, yes, the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is David O'Neill. I represent the petitioner Everett Holdings, LLC. And we're pleased to be here tonight to introduce you to the stunning project at 1690 Revere Beach Parkway. We're here tonight to introduce you to our project and to introduce you to the professional team that's been assembled to bring this project to fruition, to address some of your review of our site plan application, and items of requested relief, some of which are before this board as the relief granting authority, and to get some direction for next steps, perhaps including a motion to get a vote for a peer review of our traffic study. Overview, and I'll turn this over to our professionals because I know at this hour you don't want to hear from me. But this is the very logical and expected continuation of the revitalization of the area of our city south of Revere Beach Parkway that began even before our adoption of the Commercial Triangle Economic Development Program to encourage this type of growth in the area. And that type of work and that type of change to the area started with the landmark Everett development at the Pioneer. Well, specifically this site, we know as the location of the current Stop and Shop location. And it's interesting how quickly we stop referring to our projects as what used to be there and talk about what the great projects that are there now. We don't refer to as the Harley lot anymore. We're not going to be referring to it as the Wood Waste lot anymore. These are these new exciting developments that we're going to know as their new creations. As those similar results are sought with this project, some of the faces will be familiar to you that brought those other projects to fruition. Some familiar names and faces have been assembled by the applicant, Everett Land Holdings, and you'll hear from them tonight, and I'll get to them momentarily, but just to give you an overview of who you'll be hearing from and what we expect them to present. Steve Martirano from Bowler Engineering will give us an overview of the engineering on the site. We're all familiar with Steve's work with Bowler, some of the projects he's worked on here. Steve may touch on the traffic study that was commissioned by the petitioner and completed by Banas Associates. We've also got Giles Ham from Banas Associates here tonight. The architect and perhaps the star of our show, Joel Bargman of Bargman, Hendry plus Archetype, is going to lead you through the beautiful plans that he's put together for the site. And again, another familiar face who, along with our landscape architect, Bill Brown of Brown Sardina, created the magnificent property at the Pioneer, along with their development team, Post Road and Andy Montelli's team. We've got our affordable housing consultant, Lynn Sweet, who has assembled a very compliant plan and can be maybe available if there are any comments. And co-counsel Greg Sampson of Brown Rudnick, who I'll say briefly is a member of the planning board in Melrose and may never work this late. So I'm happy to have him along. But a moment ago, I said to you that the petitioner was Everett Holdings, LLC, and that's a very generic name that on our application is followed by the words care of the Grossman Companies. And I don't have to tell anyone that the Grossman Companies is not a generic member of our community, anything but a generic member. They're a valued member, and their history and their reputation precedes them. So I'd like to turn things over, before we get to our star professional presenters here, to Avi Shas of the Grossman Companies to give us a little bit of a introduction to the team that he and the Grossman family have assembled and what they are looking to produce with the presentation that you will see momentarily. Avi.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you to Mr. Chairman and members of the board for staying so late for us. Dave did a great job introducing everybody. I wanted to, make the introduction of the Grossman Companies, where I am the development manager for the project. The Grossman Companies are a fifth-generation family business that owns and operates real estate throughout New England and the Northeast. The company started, as Dave alluded to, in the lumber business, as you know, Grossman Lumber, and through generations has evolved into the owner-operator and development entity they are today, but share the same core values and reputation of their predecessor company. Bowler, Brown and Sardina, Bargman, Henry, Maloney, LDS, these are names that are familiar to Everett for their work on Pioneer, Backyard, the casino. The list is long, and the projects are great. And as Dave alluded to, and I'm going to keep this as short as possible, we are thrilled to introduce you to what we think is another transformative project for the city, filling in a kind of a cornerstone spot on the corner of Vale, Everett, and Revere Beach Parkway, that that has the ability to provide significant public benefit through the street level retail and restaurant space and exciting public amenity offerings. So I'm gonna, like I said, I promised I'd keep it short, so I'm gonna kick this over to Steve Moderano from Bowler to jump into the site, and I'll be available at the end for any questions.
Great. Thanks, Avi. Again, Steve Moderano from Bowler. Just figured I'd talk through some of, everybody's probably familiar with the Stop and Shop parcel, but talk just a little bit of the specifics of what are the constraints. Those are the things that we look at when we start a project, is what are the constraints? What is the infrastructure? Who are the key stakeholders? Who do we need to speak to first to start to understand what the infrastructure and the area can support, and then we use that information to shape our project. So as you can see in yellow, that outlines the parcel, the buildings. You can see it right on that Everett Chelsea line, and the blue line is the city line. So the bulk of the property is in Everett, as you can tell. The site is good access off of, Route 16 is the primary roadway in the area, but it also has access to Boston Street and a couple of curb cuts on Vale. And that's, you'll see it's relatively consistent. Some of the access points or general locations when we get to the proposed development. So what do we do when we start looking at this is, so who are the owners of the roadway? So we have Everett, we have some Chelsea roads. We also have Mass DOT, who has taken ownership of Route 16. So need to talk to those key stakeholders and understand what the capacities are there. And there's a traffic report in the application, but we know there's a peer review coming, and there'll be more robust traffic conversations in future meetings. So look forward to those. And just talk a little bit of a couple other stakeholders, or obviously the DPW, right? Water, sewer, drain. Does the area have capacity for this type of development? And we've had early conversations with DPW that indicate it does. And there's some work to be done, and we'll work through those with the various departments. But we understand that the water system is pretty good with some areas that to be worked on. The drain system, we've all heard the challenges and well aware of some of the historical flooding on Vale Street. And we'll work with the city on that. There's been some improvements in the area already, and there's some commitments from some of the other significant projects in the area. And we look forward to participating in those and working to further improve the situation with this project. So well aware of the conditions, and I won't get too deep into the details, but just assure you that we've had those initial conversations. And there's also multiple layers of review that's probably helpful for the board to hear is with the access to Route 16, we have a DOT review on top of the local city reviews that will be looking at traffic, and they'll also be looking at drainage. So we have a couple of layers of review that the project will go through. A little bit of feedback, Shane. I don't know if there's somebody.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
That'd be great.
Sure.
And Joel, I don't know if you want to fast forward one slide so we can take a look at, or actually this is an aerial overview, might give you a little better sense of the existing conditions, and just a different view looking straight down on the Stop and Shop, obviously Vale Street to the right and Revere Beach Parkway to the lower left. So this is the first shot of the proposed development, and I'll let Joel walk you through the details and how we got to this layout and these components and sort of the massing and the pieces that make the project up. But you can see we still have access points on all sides: Revere Beach Parkway, Boston Street, and some Vale Street access as well. What we add to the mix here is access out onto Locust Street. Locust Street is a private road that's currently under construction as part of the Fairfield project. So we get some enhancements to the area that are coming, and then we have the benefit of connecting in and completing some of those street grids as part of this project. So in addition to the municipal utilities, obviously we have electric and gas demands on the project as well. So we've also met with those utility stakeholders, and there's been some significant gas improvements in the area, and then so that is well suited to set up for a project like this, and the power is sufficient in the area. There may be some enhancements to their system when they do their engineering, but all of the infrastructure based on early conversations with all those stakeholders indicates that there's sufficient infrastructure with some improvements and some mitigation measures to accommodate this project. So that's the 2-minute drill on infrastructure. And like I said, we'll continue to dig into those, and specifically with your DPW will be key in those conversations. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Joel, and he can get into the meat of the development itself.
Thank you, Steve. My name is Joel Bargman, architect at BH+A. I'm going to walk you through the design. I wanted to just start by mentioning we're going to focus on what we think is a very good set of design guidelines that was very helpful in working out the design, and we're going to focus on some of the larger scale issues of the design guidelines tonight and give you an overview, and then as we proceed in subsequent presentations, we can get into some of the greater details. One of the things that the design guidelines asks us to do is to initially present you with a 1/4 mile radius circle around the site, which is here in the middle, and show what is around the site. And I think that what this diagram is showing is that the proposed parcel here in the middle is really the fulcrum, the keystone, the missing link of the this end of the triangle development area. And the other thing this diagram shows is that the sort of context around the site today is very industrial oriented. On 2 sides, we have the auto repair shop, the gas station, Wendy's, and Valvoline on 2 sides, and then residential on the other two sides. So it's a very mixed context to deal with. Steve showed you the site plan, and what I'd like to focus on is sort of the genesis of the site plan and what we're trying to do. The design guidelines first criteria is to create through block connectors through the properties in Everett. We gave this a lot of thought. We were really initially trying to connect through from Vale Street to Revere Beach Parkway in the sort of across the page direction. What that didn't do is it didn't really give proper focus of the project onto Revere Beach Parkway, which we think is a very important side for the ultimate revitalization and character of the parkway. As you know, Pioneer oriented its main entry out to the parkway, and we're trying to sort of continue that focus. What we did in that regard is to create through block connector in a top to bottom way. It connects Revere Beach Parkway to an inner courtyard that the three buildings are framed around. So it's a very interesting space. The entries to all three buildings combine into this center courtyard, and then it exits out onto Locust Street. What that center courtyard is really doing is a couple of things. One is it's termed a chicane, which is a traffic calming. This diagram in the upper right sort of shows that. It's multi-module cars, bicycles, pedestrians, rideshare, public transportation, small buses, all go through, but it's in a very controlled manner so that there's slowing of the traffic that goes through. That's combined, and you can see in these various pictures different ways that this chicane or this smart street or this multi-modular street can work in terms of combining automobiles, pedestrians, landscape. And what we're really trying to do is create off of Revere Beach Parkway a common public-private realm that doesn't exist along this parkway today. So you're inviting the residents and the pedestrians and the vehicles along the parkway to begin to participate in the retail amenities of the project. And I'll come to talk about that a little bit later in terms of how they're distributed. The first point I'm making is this through block connector became a connector between Locust and Revere Beach. And you can see this yellow line. One of the modes of transportation is a new bike lane. Initially, we were encouraged to sort of look at a bike lane along Vale Street. We know as part of the Greystone project, Greystar project, there's a bike lane on the right side of Vale Street. Unfortunately, the Fairfield project's done or close to being finished, and there's no bike lane there. And the Wendy's parcel is also complete, and there's no bike lane there. So we thought it was a futile development to put a bike lane for the length of our project on Vale Street, and came up with the idea of putting the bike lane up Locust Street, which would then connect into our center courtyard, center court, and then also connect into what is the future bike lane that's on the Greystar property. So it begins to make a connection that connects more properties instead of just two parallel lines running down Vale Street, and all with the intent of bringing folks in various modes of transportation into this center court area. So that's the through block connector, and these are some ideas that show what that through block connector would look like. It's sort of striking to go back to the aerial that Steve showed of Stop and Shop versus the green space that's shown in here, over an acre of green space and courtyards in that center courtyard. What second design guideline that really shaped this project is what's called the, we call them the enhanced corners. The guidelines refer to them as accentuated corners. The generic term is hot corners in the retail business. We really have four very important areas. One is that connector that's the entry to the property off of Revere Beach Parkway. We have the corner that's catty-corner to the Pioneer Building, and we'll address the new Greystar property on Boston and Vale. And then we have a very important corner on actually the Chelsea side of the site at Locust and Vale, where we have a lobby to the building. Then we also have a very public corner with a public plaza and an elevated retail, potentially a beer garden or food court type building to activate this corner and to really begin to create a synergy between the three major residential properties that are beginning to form on this corner. The fourth hot corner or area of significance is not really a corner, but we've created one mid-block on Vale Street. It happens to coincide with the crosswalk that connects to the Greystar property. And here we've recessed the building to create two new corners and accentuate building one and building two. And in between those, create raised above the floodplain outdoor plaza. It's then also served by a restaurant facility that's in our courtyard, underneath our courtyard, in the corner of building one. So where these accentuated corners are, not only are they important architectural elements, those are the important retail elements. So we have a retail corner here, we have the restaurant retail amenity here, we have the building entry, a small retail element on this corner with the beer garden, food court, outdoor plaza, connector space at this point. And then we have retail, this corner bringing you in to center court, where we then have our internal entries. So each accentuated corner is accentuated in architecture and is accentuated in the program. This shows that first accentuated corner, there's the retail element on Revere Beach Parkway, bringing you in to the site. You have building 3, which is a 8-story building on your right. That's building 1, I'm sorry. Building 3 on your left, which is an 11-story building. And then in the distance is building 2, which is a 7-story residential building. And in the middle, you have the courtyard. This is standing in the courtyard. The concept is that there are many apartments that face the courtyard. On the 3rd level of the courtyard, on all 3 buildings, are amenity spaces that also look out into that courtyard space to activate it and make a connection between this pedestrian, bicycle, automobile zone and the elements above that you're aspiring to get to on the courtyard levels and the amenity spaces. So the lighting in that is all designed to not only activate the center court, also to make that connection between center court and the courtyard, which each building lobby does in a very strong way. There's another view from center court. You have the pedestrian way. You can see parking there for folks that come to lease buildings. The idea of outdoor balconies so that you get the personal touch, the personal scale to this center court space. Second corner of accentuation is Vale and Broadway. So again, we have retail on the corner. All the retail is 1.5 stories tall. The reason being is that all of the retail program is brought up to elevation 11 so that it's above the floodplain zone, which is elevation 10, and portions of Vale Street are at elevation 6, 5, and 4. So we're coming up quite a bit to get into these spaces, partly at street level with stairs and ramps, and then partly within the building to get us above that flood level zone. You can see here the corner, and then further down center courtyard with the sort of two manufactured corners that also have a crosswalk. We blanked out the Gray Star property so you can see the building on this side. Building 1 is here on the left. Again, that's a 8-story building. Building 2 is on the right. That's a 7-story building. There's a secondary connector. I mentioned that we studied this through block connector and initially focused on Vale Street. Once we put the restaurant in with the outdoor plaza at Vale and also at Vale and Locust, we made a sort of more minor connector between Vale Street and our center court at the courtyard level, which is what is shown in this rendering. So there's a sort of more residence-oriented north-south connector going in this direction, connecting in a glass box to a stair and an elevator that take you down and begin to connect the different levels of the project. And then this is the view of the mid-block connector. We've created these two corners by pulling back the garage, putting a restaurant in the garage level. You enter in the restaurant and this underneath the building, and then it wraps around an outdoor seating area, which again is raised up to be above the floodplain level of the property. And then last, this face of the building is the Everett Chelsea line. So we have our corner of the building with a major lobby and a small retail component that really allows the building to empty out to the MBTA train station down Vale Street. This is an important connector, and it's also an important connector to the Fairfield and the Gray Star property across the street, in addition to connecting folks coming out of Pioneer, which is right up here on this corner, going to the MBTA. So it's important for us to have this retail along Vale. It sort of culminates in this outdoor beer garden is one term for it. It's a industrial space with a sort of modern twist to it, an outdoor space that Brown and Sardina has designed, 100% handicapped accessible, outdoor seating, indoor seating, and I'll come back to the site plan, but behind this beer garden or food court area is a space for food trucks to also assemble and serve the residents of this building and the adjacent buildings. And that's what this is showing. So on the left, you see the side of that industrial, modern industrial retail space. And then behind it is the parking lot, an area for access into our building, but also an area for food trucks to congregate and serve to the residents and serve to the beer garden, and also connect up here again. So this whole property becomes one of connections and choices as opposed to a walled, gated type environment. The last of the slides I'll get to is really just shows how we mitigate the building height from the 11-story version of building 3, which really fronts onto Revere Beach Parkway on 2 sides. As you enter Everett from the north, you're facing the long end of this building. It has some architecture in it that makes a connection across to building 1, which then makes a connection across to building 2. So the buildings step across the site, finally culminating in that building that's the cornerstone in Chelsea with our food court, beer gardens. And this shows sort of that now keystone view coming into Everett. We have the gas station in front of our building, and hence the architecture of this really has to be very strong to stand against what is a 1 and 1.5 story automobile service environment in front of the building. Here you have the amenity space of building 3. You can see how building 3 begins to mitigate its scale and its definition. I think it's appropriate to be tall building facing Parkway as you go north, and then step down as we get into Everett and cross on into Chelsea on building 3. So we have a 124-foot building here, 91-foot building, building 1, and then it goes down to 80 feet in the back. We have a total of 906 parking spaces that are in the courtyard, below the courtyard in 2 parking levels. We have a total of 800 apartments in these 3 buildings, of which 150 are studios, 346 are 1-bedrooms, 148 1-bedroom dens, which we're finding is an extremely popular type of apartment in Pioneer, and these days with the more folks working from home environment, and then 156 2-bedroom apartments. The amount of amenity space in the building is approximately 47,000 square feet. That's our quasi public indoor amenities for the residents. There's 6,100 square feet of retail space, 3,800 square feet of restaurant on Vale that I explained, and a total of about 1.15 million square feet of total area. That's an overview, and we're hoping in the subsequent meetings to be able to get into more sections of the design guidelines, details, rooftop elements, and that. If you're interested in continuing, we do have the inclusionary zoning, and we do have the preliminary traffic report following up on this. But at this point, I will pause and stop the screen share and just see what the board's desire is for continuing on or having questions. Shane, thank you.
Any questions of the board? Who's
Oh,
Leo?
You're muted, Leo.
Oh, I don't know if we can get Leo to.
Oh,
See.
yeah, he's good.
I got it.
You're
Okay,
good.
thank you. Good evening. Thanks for the presentation, Joel. Appreciate it. I think breaking it down and keeping inclusionary zoning and traffic out of it tonight might be a good idea because it's getting late and we've got a lot to go over. I'd like to start with one of your drawings on A200. Your building is looking, actually, it's on your site narrative, page 9 of your site narrative. I don't know if you have that there. I don't think you do. Those are your slides that you showed us.
I do have A200.
Right here, yes, that's fine. Yeah. These bottom colors, all this darkness, are these going to be repetitious like the Pioneer building, dark black brick? Because as you showed those slides earlier, it looked much brighter in there than it looks right here.
I think that's the benefit of doing the renderings. The elevations that you see here are more flat and don't quite show the difference. The reason why we do have some contrast in the architecture is you can see the contrast is used to create the difference in height and to articulate where there's difference in height so that the buildings feel more articulate against the sky as opposed to just flat. Pioneer is a pretty continuous top to the building, and these buildings strive to be a little bit more varied at the top. So we are using the different colors, but the renderings are closer to the real colors that would be used. I will say the renderings, again, are we're at the site plan phase, and so our accentuated corners are shown as light color, and I think as we go forward, with the board, we would develop those into a little bit more subtlety. So the corners maybe at the, for example, at the corner at the restaurant on Vale Street might be a little different than the corner on Vale and Boston. But we wanted to sort of start in its most simple manner and show you how we've created the architecture, and then creates a little bit more subtlety as we move forward. But
You know, I appreciate that, but your site plan review application package, and on page 9, it shows the elevation that has the pictures of people. This one up here in the top top left-hand corner,
yeah,
and it's very ominous. It's dark looking as you look at it. Not so much on this, but when the printed one that you have, it looks much nicer when you show the slides than it does the elevations with the dark brick all around it. Now, I know part of your materials, you actually, the upper level balconies, railings, and different dark color materials to accentuate the elements. That's a nice picture right there. That's the way it'd be nice if the building did look that way, eliminating a lot of the dark colors down the bottom, and those burgundies or browns help to make it stand out. And I don't know what they are. Are they metal panels or are they hardy board panels? But whatever they
not
are.
hardy board on this height building, but it's a combination of high density cement board and metal panels.
Okay.
But I think that the intent with all, we did submit the site plan document without renderings, and we did the renderings after that was submitted. So it's a fair comment. It's well taken. I think that the renderings are the intent of what we're trying to create here.
Good. A lot of this, I hope, is like, again, being repetitive. 20% brick is kind of mandatory on these buildings. Have you met that criteria? The Everett Design Guidelines.
Yeah.
Started out with.
I don't know that we haven't really totaled up that. You've been matching the guidelines very carefully. We will do that calculation and verify that. I don't want to.
That's fine. Now, these are brick now. These aren't brick panels. These are actually, individual brick units, okay?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, good, all right. One of the things, again, that we always look for is your gas meters, your electric meters, how they're concealed around the building. Everything looks nice on your slides, but there are certain things that do stand out. And I know you're gonna hide them with some kind of landscaping. So just keep that in mind. Side venting coming out of the building. Shane should have some samples of what we'd like to see on the buildings, or you should submit that so that we know what you're gonna do with your vents coming out of the building on the sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can say one thing on that, the plan on this project at the moment is to go to an electric HVAC system, which will eliminate the need for all those gas meters on the sides of the building.
Okay.
And it'll eliminate the intake and exhaust for the apartment heating system in favor of the electric. So the intent is to go fossil fuel free on the project, and that helps the elevations quite a bit.
These Leeds buildings, any of these?
We've retained the green engineer to help guide the development team through which green program we want to pursue. It hasn't been decided if we'll do green communities lead or what we'll aspire to. We may do certifiable but not certified. That has not been determined yet, but we are working through 4 different studies with the green engineer to determine that level of sustainability.
I'm trying to segregate my notes here because they were trying to keep away from inclusionary zoning. L102, one of your drawings.
Yes.
When you do all your drawings, you seem to always keep a base drawing on the underneath. Right here. That's a good drawing. as you look at this drawing, and when I first started looking at it, I'm looking at the parking, and I'm gonna look at, maybe Boston Street elevation. And it looks like you have a lot of parking spaces there, but you really don't. That's the old drawing. Am I correct on that? Underneath, it's like you overlaid this on top of the old drawing. So all the old parking spaces show.
That's correct. Bill, do you want to explain that at all?
Well, what I'd like is a drawing that doesn't have all that on it. That
Okay.
doesn't have the old parking on it. It just shows the new.
Okay.
Okay?
We can do that.
Oh, great. That'd be great. And while we're on this drawing right here, the entrance off of the Revere Beach Parkway into your building, right there, exactly. If you look at, again, and in this case, you can almost see the old entrance. It's a sweep. It comes in much softer. For a car to make that 90-degree turn off the parkway, they almost have to come to a stop. I mean, it's just a thought that maybe you should have that a much softer sweep coming in so cars can glide in, not almost come to a stop, because the traffic moving along Revere Beach Parkway, some guy's going along, he puts his directional, he wants to turn in. Before you could see how they sweeped into there. Now you got them doing a hard turn. Now, I'm sure your traffic study says that works, but it's just a question, that's all.
Okay. Happy to look at that.
Okay. Some of the other things, interaction with wood waste throughout the project and Pioneer during construction. I worked on all those projects as far as the planning board's concerned. And one of the ones that we talked about was Andy Montelli's Pioneer. And we didn't make the commitments. We had the applicant, Wood Waste, make the commitment that during construction, they must keep Vale Street open for pedestrian traffic at all times, because that's how Pioneer's people get up to the Silver Line. So we're going to kind of make that a condition for you people too, that you got to keep Vale Street open in a safe manner for pedestrians.
Okay.
I'm sure you've looked into that, but that's going to be a must. So you have to coordinate that. You have to coordinate any of your street openings with wood waste and street sweeping down there as the place becomes a mess, because these two projects are going to go on simultaneously. So who owns what is going to be becoming a nuisance, not for the board, but for ISD and whatever. And one of the things that Mr. Soap is probably going to hand you, as I spoke earlier on, a site utilization plan where you're going to explain all your truck routes, your deliveries, crane locations, shakedown areas, queuing areas, not on Boston Street, most guaranteed, your silt socks and your catch basins all around the site. All those things need to be explained to us. Okay. Talk about the MBTA for a quick second. Everything that's going on these projects goes up Vale Street and goes up to the MBTA Silver Line. You're adding 800 apartments. I don't know how many more people, and they're all going to be walking up to the Silver Line, and you're going to add a great deal of traffic riders for the Silver Line. So my question is, have you spoken to the MBTA about, have they committed to putting more buses on the route, basically? You're going to add a lot of people, so I hope they're aware of that, so that you don't have all these things. Now, you're coming online, but Wood Waste is going to come online, the gentleman down on Everett Avenue, and I hope someone, and I'm sure you have spoken to the MBTA about a commitment to a lot more buses. So we'd like to have some kind of something from you saying, yes, we've talked to them. Yes, they've committed, and they have a very good idea how the ridership is going to increase 100-fold down there. So, and also, we brought up before the crossing of the railroad tracks with all these people coming down Vale. I know it's not your problem, but we sure like to make sure everybody's getting to work okay when they have to cross those railroad tracks down there, getting to the Silver Line. And I guess one of the other things, just quickly, it's always been a bone of contention, Everett Avenue intersection with the Revere Beach Parkway, the DOT Have you touched base with them? And
Yes.
boy, when I mean
Yes,
touch base with them, I mean, are they gonna change that intersection? Are they gonna do something with it, with everything that's gonna go on? And I certainly hope they do. And I'm gonna kind of rely on you people to give us an insight as to what their thoughts are on that. Locust Street, in the back of the building, we'll call it, comes on to Everett Avenue. I'll let you pick that up.
Get up to that, sorry.
Yeah, right there. That you can go back. Right here, Locust Street, where it enters onto Everett Avenue. That seems to be a very main exit, if I'm correct. And again, since the board has to ask the questions about getting around the site with cars, that's a two-way street. Is that gonna be a two-way?
No, the
No.
Locust Street is designed as a one-way street from Everett Avenue to Vale Street.
Oh, okay, so you're not turning on to Everett Avenue. Okay, very good. That solves that problem. Okay. Well, I think that's about it for now until we get some of those questions answered. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you. I'm just reading my notes again, making sure I have everything. Yeah, that about covers it. And I think as we get into this a little deeper and we can get some better ideas on the colors of your elevations and, oh, one other thing. Unlike the next door Pioneer, all their balconies, as you look at them, are exposed underneath. And you see all the
Ours won't be.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
for sure.
Okay,
Mr. Pisano, I knew that one was coming. That was an early conversation.
yeah, right. I just want to get it in. Thank you. I'm glad you remembered that. That's nice of you. I just want to get that into the minutes. Okay, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Joel and Steve, for your presentation. Kind of next step things. Hopefully, out of this meeting, we can get the ball rolling on the traffic site plan study. So that would be, I think, Shane, I don't know if you spoke to Mr. Souza about making a motion for an allocation from the petitioner for a site
What
plan.
what we're gonna recommend to the board tonight is for a 53G review to not exceed $10,000. Just so that we have typically Howard Stein Hudson review our traffic studies. These are large traffic studies, and typically we're going to give them the information from other projects as well. We're not going to treat this project like it's something that's surrounded by nothing. We're going to provide the information. We've been working with Howard Stein Hudson for the projects at Garvey Street, at the Pioneer, and all that information. But to kind of look at this traffic study, being that's on Revere Beach Parkway, and I know that the information that you guys provided for traffic was pre-COVID too, so we got some good traffic counts from February. We'll work with that, and part of tonight's motion is just to introduce the project and look at the information, and then work with Howard Stein Hudson for the 53G, as long as the applicants are acceptable to it, and as well as the planning board.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. What was that?
That's great, Shane.
Okay.
Mr. Faso, I'm sorry.
O'Neill, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Other than that, our only comments is at some point that we'd like to see some sort of photometric plan or lighting plan for this project, just to get an idea of kind of how the project will look at nighttime. I know it wasn't included in the application, but for larger scale projects, we'd like to see these photometric plans to get an idea of kind of the lighting of these projects. But other than that, it's going to be a lot of this project's going to last a couple of meetings, and we got a communication from an abutter that we provided to the board with a question of an easement language that I'm assuming the applicant's aware of. So we'll provide that as part of it too, and we have Robin from KP Law also looking at that as well. So we'll be providing that information. I believe I provided to the board, or I believe provided to Tony. But we're looking at that language too, just to make sure that the site's amenable to that easement, that it's looking at the language of the easement with the abutters as well.
Yep. Shane, one quick question. Are we, Tony had mentioned that there was going to be a peer review from KP Law on, is that still as part of the 53G?
Yeah, I think we would do two, I guess, not to exceed 10,000 for KP Law and not to exceed 10,000 for Howard Stein Hudson. I just don't want to loop them together because of invoices.
Okay.
So I would guess we'd make two motions, I guess. One motion to do a 53G for KP Law and 53G for Howard Stein Hudson, not to exceed 10,000 each.
Okay.
A lot to digest on this project tonight.
Yeah, a lot more meetings for it too.
Right. So the chair will entertain a motion for continuance.
Well,
If I might interject, Mr. Cafaso, so Shane, are you looking for the board to get a vote just so we can get that allocation out for the?
Yeah, we want to get the ball rolling on the traffic. So by the time in we could get something to the board, preferably for October 13th.
All right, 53G, is that how is it termed?
Yeah, it's a motion for a 53G review to not exceed 20,000, 10,000 for KP and 10,000 for Howard Stein Hudson for the traffic review and law review.
And what was the other one, 53D?
53G, that's the revolving account.
So I don't know
for
what we're
peer
talking
review.
about.
Yes.
So you need a motion to allocate?
Yeah, a motion for the board to establish the establishment of a 53G account.
I'll make a motion for favorable actions for a 53G account not to exceed $20,000.
Yep, 10,000 for KP and
10,000 for KC and 10,000 for
Howard Stein Hudson.
Howard
We are
Stein.
traffic consultant.
So that's the motion.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded for the allocation of 53G not to exceed $20,000, 10 for each applicant, KP, and the traffic study people. Any questions?
Is that a peer review, Shane?
What's that?
Is that a peer review?
Correct. It's a 53G peer review.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Frederick Cafaso,
Yes.
James Starr,
Yes.
Philip Mastercola.
Yes.
All right, so we'll start the 53G process. In regards to everything else, would we like to open up any public hearing for now, or are we looking to continue to, I'm assuming next week probably won't work for you guys to make all these changes. So maybe till the October 13th Tuesday meeting. If that's what you guys are amenable to.
That makes sense.
This is, oh, okay.
I do believe we should open up the public hearing and have it continued as well as this, so.
Okay. At this time, we'll open the public hearing for
1690.
1690 Revere Beach Parkway site plan review. Is that correct for tonight?
That is correct. We just talked about site plan.
Okay. All those in favor of this petition? All those in favor of this petition? All those in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is left open until the next session. All those that are opposed to this petition? All those that are opposed to this petition?
I'm opposed.
Oh, hello. Can you state your name? Can you state your name, please?
My name is Marshall Handley. I'm an attorney. I represent the two abutters on Everett Street, on Everett Avenue. We hold easements across this property that I believe prevent the construction of buildings 1 and 3 as configured on the plans that have been submitted. The easements are only amendable by one unanimous consent of all parties to them. There are 3 parties to these easements. One is the petitioner and the other 2 are my clients.
All right.
Thank
Thank you. And then, like I said, we received this information from the abutters, in which it will be part of the legal review, and we'll talk to the applicant as well as our legal team about the information about this, and well, if you can provide us any information, we have the deeds and information, and we'll provide it to the applicant as well as the board and everything. So we'll continue for this process, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Anyone else opposed to this petition? Third and final time, anyone else opposed to this petition? Hearing none, this part of the public hearing is closed and left open until the next regular meeting for this plan.
Oh, I think it's the October 13th, right? Not the September.
Yeah,
6th.
we're gonna push till October 13th.
On October 13th. Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion for continuance.
Motion for continuance with the public meeting left open until October 13th, the site plan review for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Second the motion.
Motion
No.
made.
Can I just clarify, are you just continuing site plan review right now, or are you continuing site plan review, the dimensional special permits and inclusionary zoning?
Yeah, we're gonna continue all 3.
Are you
Oh.
opening, well, are you gonna open the others tonight and then continue?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll
Okay.
continue site plan conversation till October 13th, and then we'll do a motion to continue the other special permits till October 13th as well. So we'll finish this motion. I'll do a
roll call vote, please.
Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Cavasso.
Yes.
So site plan review has been continued to.
Now we'd like to open up the special permit for dimensional special permits. Is that correct?
Yeah, special permits and inclusionary zoning.
We're gonna open up simultaneously or together?
Let's take them, I guess we can take them separately we'll take them separately.
Okay. You will entertain a motion to open up dimensional special permits for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Motion to open up the public hearing for dimensional special permit for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded to open up special permits for dimensionals for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway. Need a roll call vote for that?
Yep.
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Cavasso.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right, so we're. All right, do you wanna, if anyone has any public comment in regards to the dimensional requirement, special permits?
So we're going to continue this as well. So I'll open the public hearing. Anyone in favor of this petition? Anyone in favor of this petition? Third and final time, anyone in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part is closed and will remain open until the next public hearing on this project. Anyone opposed to this petition? Anyone? Hello?
Again, Marshall Handley on behalf of the abutters on Everett Avenue. We have not received notice of the dimensional relief that is being sought by the petitioner. And we object to it on that basis.
Sure.
And reserve our rights to object once we have that information.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley.
My comment to that, it was, the dimensional relief was sought on the public notice information. So that's my comment in regards to that.
I have that in my hand and I don't see any dimensions on it.
Dimensions, okay. Okay, so there's language in there in regards to the side setbacks, the building height, and also the parking requirements. There's 3 separate special permits.
Also floor area ratio.
It's not on the notice that I have. I have the City of Everett Planning Board notice dated September 3rd, 2020.
September 3rd, 2020. That's probably because it was re-noticed. Or there was a new notice that was sent out. Yeah, the corrected notice was sent out August 26th, and it states on today's date of September 14th. So it mentions the accordance with the dimensional release as stated at the beginning of the public notice reading of the meeting. So there was new notices resent because of the issues with the other notices.
I stand on my objection.
Sure. All right.
Third and final time, anyone else opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed, but will remain open until the next public hearing when it resumes. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to
Motion for continuance.
continuance.
Yeah, motion for continuance with the public meeting left open until October 13th for dimensional special permits for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Roll call vote. Second,
Second motion.
roll call vote, please.
Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
James Starr,
Yes.
Chairman Cafaso.
Yes.
All right,
Motion has been-
continue to the October 13th meeting.
Now inclusionary zoning.
Yep.
Special permit for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway. Chair will entertain a motion to open that.
Motion favorable action to open the public hearing for inclusionary zoning special permit 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing for inclusionary zoning special permit for 1690 Revere Beach Parkway. Roll call vote.
Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Starr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Cafaso.
Yes, we are open. Questions, comments? I'm going to open the public hearing then. Anyone in favor of this petition? Anyone in favor of this petition? Third and final time, anyone in favor of this petition? Hearing none. The part of the public hearing is closed at this time, but will remain open until we resume after continuance. I'm going to ask 3 times for those that are opposed to this petition. Anyone opposed to this petition? Anyone opposed to this petition? Third and final time, anyone opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed and will resume after continuance for this part of the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion for continuance with the public meeting left open until October 13th for inclusionary zoning special permit 1690 Revere Beach Parkway.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to continue inclusionary zoning special permit 1690 and leave the public hearing left open until our next meeting on October 13th.
Right, we'll do a roll call. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Starr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Cafaso.
Yes, motion has been continued for
It's
special.
it's actually not, it's not our next meeting. It's the second
No.
meeting.
October 13th.
October 13th.
Yep, second meeting.
October 13th.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Planner, members.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Shane, do you take back the screen?
Thank you very much.
Sure, I'll take the screen back.
You know, I just don't want to close out here.
No, that's fine. I got you.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Sure.
Does this mean this is over?
No, it means that that 1690 Revere Beach Parkway
Okay,
was
thank
continued.
you. Because I've been waiting for almost 4 hours, 3.5 hours. I don't understand why you do this like this.
This is how we do the agenda. I apologize. This is just, we go through the order that the agenda is created for.
Okay, well, I have a suggestion for the future, if anyone's interested. I know you guys are all exhausted. I'm exhausted. A lot of my neighbors are listening. They're exhausted. I think in the future, each item can take over an hour, hour and a half, each item. This isn't your first rodeo. I think in the future, you should do like 2 a night. To do all these in one night is absolutely absurd. I have never seen anything like this ever. I think it's absurd. I think you really need to revamp this. You say 7 o'clock and here it is, 20 past 10.
7 o'clock is when the planning board meeting starts.
I understand, but I've been waiting since 7 o'clock for my.
Well, there is other applicants and people waiting as well, and I apologize,
why
but
I'm
that's how
telling
the
you.
public meetings go. I apologize, but there's
Okay, but
3 other
that's what I'm
projects.
saying. You should try to revamp it and be a little bit more considerate to people waiting 3.5 hours for their item. It just is ridiculous.
All right, we're gonna go into number 8.
Yeah.
Project number 8. Let me read the legal notice for that. All right, so we are on 6 Norman Street. So the hearing is for the following application for K&K Development Incorporated in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law 40A and Section 19 and Section 32 for inclusionary zoning. The Everett Planning Board will conduct a virtual hearing on Monday, September 14, 2020, to be viewed live on YouTube to consider the above listed application with connection with a proposal to build a 66-unit 5-story structure at 6 Norman Street, being a parcel of land referenced by the Assessor's Department at G0-01-000226 located in the Riverfront District. In accordance to Section 32, 3 of the 66 units are proposed to be affordable units. The application with narrative and the site plan review were received on July 30th, 2020. The plans are entitled Norman Street Residences, Everett, Mass. 02149, be prepared by Classa Design out of Somerville, Massachusetts, and the Design Consultants Incorporated out of Somerville, Mass. The copy of the application are available at the Office of the City Clerk and Department of Planning Development located at City Hall. All right, so that's pretty much the public notice. If the applicant's here, feel free to do your presentation.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Capasso, members of the board, Anthony Rossi on behalf of the petitioner. We have our team here. We have Stephen Sawyer from Design Consultants in Somerville. He'll be the civil engineer and talking about the parking safety, traffic study, sewer, easement, utilities. We also have, he's our civil engineer, and we also have from Castle Design, we have Nigeris who's on the line who will talk about the architectural structure of the building and the facade, and also the roof condensers and the parapet. A little brief history of this project. This is a pretty large site. I believe it's a little bit around an acre site. It will consist of 66 units, 36 of which are 1 bedrooms and 30 are 2 bedrooms. Parking will be 132 parking, 118 in the garage and 14 outside. We'll also have 114 bike storage rooms, 12 bike racks outside for short-term bike parking. This is right on the bike path. And we're also going to have inclusionary units proposing unit 207, unit 215, which is a 1 bedroom, and 2 bedrooms, unit 211 for the inclusionary portion of this, as there is an activity use limitation on this site pursuant to the inclusionary special permit application. The exterior of the structure will be consisting about 50% full brick building. And also we'll have some masonry, some hardy panels and aluminum on the site. And also we have elevation views. We put the condensers on the roof, and they will be so that you do not see them from the street. We also had, when we met with the city on multiple times over the past 3 years, this was originally a larger project and we reduced it in scope based on the city's input. And now we made a majority of units to be 1-bedroom units. In fact, this is of course not in the commercial triangle, yet everything that's on this site, nothing requires zoning board of appeals relief. It's by right, it's just by site plan approval and inclusionary housing. And if I may, I can put it over to the architect to give a little bit of description of the structure as I've just laid out. Ajuris, are you still there?
No.
Ajuris?
Yeah, I think he's just muted.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, board. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience and time. I will start. A lot was said. Basically, the building will consist of 2 floors underground and the first floor as a parking stories with some utilities in the lower level and amenities on the first floor. And then above that, it will be all residential with some storage areas and utility rooms and circulation between those 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. Most, except I think 3 units, most of units will have their own private balconies and decks. In terms of and the first, I don't know if you have a site or maybe previous. Yes, so the Tilliston and Williams corner, that part of the building will have five stories, and the other part towards Norman and Williams and the MBTA bike path will have 4 stories, with the first floor of parking and then 3 stories of the residences. If we go to if we would go to the, so here you see the lower floor, the upper floor of a parking, in more into the detail. We can probably skip through the plans just in case anybody have more questions. And we'll go to elevations. As Mr. Rossi said, we have some masonry on the Tylerton Street facade, with the cast stone pieces, full masonry pieces. The whole brick will be full brick, and then 50% masonry, the whole building, and 50% will be fiber cement panels with aluminum reglets, maybe like fry reglets. Balconies will have metal railing, which provide each unit will have its own private outdoor space. What's on the next slide? And this is the courtyard elevations, but where we are.
Back, sorry.
This is courtyard elevations. We play with color. With courtyard siding, we have brighter colors to bring more light into that kind of U-shaped courtyard, U-shaped building courtyard. If you go to the next slide, this is kind of like a bird's eye view of the project. If you go to the next, one more. Sorry. Some renderings that will show this is the Norman and William Street corner, which I probably should tell too, that each floor of the parking will have its own access. So the underground parking level will have access from Williams Street, and the Tylerton Street will have access to the first floor of the parking. So here we see Norman William Street corner, which will, and this is the Tylerton Street corner where we'd have entrance to the parking from here, curb cut here, right before you go up on the bridge. This is further out view of the Tylerton, and you see the bridge going up. This is like the courtyard view, which will be maybe like a main entrance to the building, which will allow the accessible access. We will have a drop-off area for the ride shares or any kind of car transport, car drop-off area. And we also brought, the landscape worked into our favor. We brought accessible access closer to the Tylerton and William Street corner. So, both streets will have, closest proximity to that point of entrance. Even though Tylerton Street also has accessible entrance, but maybe Stephen Sawyer from DCI will explain that, because of the whole Tylerton Street is right before bridge. It's not so the existing sidewalk is not accessible itself. And here in the bottom little picture you see from the bike path view, which somebody would be biking, or which you also have access to this site. I believe there is one, like a public access where bikers can go in, and which we will have a lot of bike parking on this in this building and on the property. And next slide. So this is the required kind of site context slide, where we show the all different types of buildings around, from small residentials to bigger residential. We see a lot of different siding materials and patterns. We see masonry, we see brick, and we see some industrial. So there's a mix of everything that we kind of try to base our design on. There's a shadow study, which we pretty much, like, minimum impact on most of the abutting properties. If you see summer solstice, fall and spring equinox, and then winter solstice very early morning, which casts some shadows. But most of them will go on the DPW facility. That's where it's exactly showing.
That's it for the architectural.
That's it. Okay, yeah. So I can either answer questions, or I can give it to Stephen Sawyer from DCI to continue this. Whatever board prefers.
We'll take what the applicant just. Yeah, I'll do all your presentations on the board.
Hey, keep charging through. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name's Stephen Sawyer. I'm with Design Consultants Inc. We did the civil engineering, site civil engineering, and also the traffic component of this, traffic study on this. As you can see, the property is bounded by Norman Street, William Street, and Towson Street. The access to the lower level, the underground, the lowest level parking is off of Williams at this corner. And then the access for the second level parking is off of Tylerton. I think it's pretty close to being split apart. Also, there's an egress there's a bike storage area here with a ramp down to the bike storage. And I believe there's currently access to the bike path of this community trail off the end of Norman Street at this location. So as far as ADA, as Nereus had mentioned, there is a ride share drop off or also a delivery drop off area here, a little bump out at William Street. And there's ADA access into the building at this location off from Williams, and then also stair access up from Williams at this location. I think during technical review, there was mentioned they wanted additional access from Tileston, I believe. So this stretch of Tileston is actually not, it's above 5% as it rides up and over. I'm not sure, it's somewhere, I think as we get down towards our egress, towards our driveway cut, it drops below the 5%. Our egress here, though, what we did is we carved in we provided a walk entry that is ADA compliant. So this is below 5% running grade with egress into the building at these two locations. So we provided an additional access from there. There's also a handicap spot here, exterior, along with access into the building at that location. I think one of the comments was regarding this sewer easement. We did have initial discussions with MWA regarding that, and their request is, well, currently there's buildings on top of it with no access. Their request is that with any new building, they would like access, be able to access it from the garage. So Narius could probably explain, but what the plan is going to be is there'll be the building, any support of the building will span that sewer, and there'll be access panels that can be removed for excavation if needed, for any need to get down to that sewer. As we get along with detailed drawings, we'll be coordinating the requirements of that access with MWA. Right now, I'm reaching out to Kevin McKenna for that process. I think there was another discussion regarding the parking. I think particularly these spaces up against the garage. I think first off, we're providing 2 spaces per unit, which is ample, probably definitely more than is needed. Even if we just, if we said, okay, the actual use, I think typically it's for these units, it's between 1 and 1.5, particularly for 1-bedroom units. So even if we held 2 spaces for the 2-bedroom and 1 space or 1.5 space for the 1-bedroom, we'd only need 114. So we'd have 18 extra spaces. So our position is most likely these exterior spaces that most people want to park inside, they're not going to want to park out. Most likely these spaces are going to be left vacant. But this is, it's a tight corner here. They can pull in forward. To back out without actually opening the garage or backing into the garage. They'd have to back straight back, pull forward, and maybe back and then pull out. But most, these spaces are a little tight, but they are negotiable. Or the cars can negotiate in and out of them. And most likely they won't be needed, just for the fact that our position is, given the zoning requirement of 2 per unit, we're substantially over parking this facility. As far as let's see, electric service, we're setting a transformer here. Eversource typically likes access for the transformer. There will be landscape planting around that to screen that from the building and from the street. And so the primary would come off the utility pole on Tileston into the transformer. The secondary would go into the main mechanical room here. Gas service, the gas would be, service would be off Tileston, and the meters would be on the back of the building and screened with some landscaping in the rear. The water is also off of Tileston into the main mechanical rooms are in this corner of the building. As far as the sewer, at this point, the sewer on Norman Street's lower than Tileston, so our sewer service, I think originally on the application, I said our sewer service was gonna run into Tileston, but we're actually gonna, upon further review, it appears that we need to tie into Norman Street. So I think that covers that. As far as the grading and drainage, this small open parking area will collect in a small area drain here, and we're going to route it to a small rain garden here for a little bit of infiltration and stormwater treatment. the current site, I believe, it's pretty much fully impervious. So we are making some modest improvements to the offsite rate and definitely a drastic improvement to the quality given the nature of the site today. The roof runoff is all clean. That'll be piped to a stormwater detention tank where it will attenuate, provide some peak attenuation before it is discharged into Norman Street. The Norman Street drain ends at the intersection of Williams. We'll be providing a short extension of the drain to a manhole here where we tie our drain into. And then there's a small area of parking here that drains down. There's an area drain or a trench drain that picks it up prior to the garage. We direct it to a water quality unit, a particle separator. There might be some grit and oils in here, so that's treated prior to discharging out into the drainage system, the municipal drainage system. I think that basically covers it. As far as the grading, it slopes down in the rear here. It slopes down here. So it's a little bit of a challenge to get our ADA. It's a little bit of a longer route, but to maintain our 5%, this route is required for ADA. Some stairs up into the main egress here of the building. This slopes down I believe about 5 feet, 4 or 5 feet to the entry of the garage here. And I think I can just, Verdant Landscape Design provided a robust planting plan of many street trees around the perimeter, along with rigorous planting around the entry, planting along the bike path. So it's a robust landscape plan provided. And I think at this point, I'm going to jump into the traffic study. I believe Steve Saragoose is here from our office for detailed questions, but I'm just going to run through it at 10,000 feet here quickly. I know everyone's tired. We provided a detailed traffic study of these 5 intersections: Main and Tyleston, Williams, Tyleston, Chantilly Highway, Tyleston, Norman, and Air Force Road. I believe it was 14. This project generates 14 AM peak and 19 PM peak trips with 200 and I believe it was 202 daily trips. As far as a change, with those additional trips, there is no change to level of service throughout any of those intersections. The level of service remains unchanged. And I think there might have been another question regarding queuing of cars coming in and out. If there was as far as with these parking spaces in here for cars backing out, queuing out into the street. One item of note, even during the AM peak, it's roughly, I think it's 1 trip every 3 minutes. And if it's split between each entrance, roughly, it's 1 trip every 6 minutes. So during the peak hour, you only have 1 car every 6 minutes. So the possibility of a queue out into either of these streets is minimal due to the fact of the time between trips during the peak hour. I think I went through it very quickly. I just wanted to move it along given the late hour, and I think I'll turn it back to Anthony at this point.
Yes. Yeah, and I know one of the questions might be as far as ventilation. So this is going to be it's 1 gas boiler in the building with electric heat pumps in the units. So there really won't be that many ventilation openings in the building. Most of them will be on the let me see here, on the Towson and William Street side, which is towards the bike path, and they will be recessed in. And we have a design, a specification, and those will be painted to the color of the brick or the masonry finish. And there's going to be limited, just strictly mostly to the bathroom vents for the units. And just, I know that's going to be an issue. Then the rest of it is going to be vented through the roof. And I think we do have a rendering. Steve, do you have that rendering showing where they are located?
I do not. So I think, Narius, is this so this was a catalog cut you sent me?
Yeah, I can show on my screen if.
Okay,
Yeah, if you could-
I'll stop sharing in there. I'll stop sharing there so you can, okay. Why don't you take over?
Yeah, 1 second. Here's a little. Anybody can see?
No.
No, not yet.
No.
No.
Mhm. Is it now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah, so these are the cutouts that we just, Steve tried showing. So this will be vents, this type of vents proposed, pretty small. I think most of the vents are 4 inches, 4-inch wide radius. I'm sorry, diameter, and the intakes are pretty much the same size. And we're really only gonna have, I believe, we're only gonna have, I think, bathroom exhausts, then intake for the circulation air, and dryer vents. And we would propose, all of the caps will be color matched to the siding material. So some of them might come up here and in these spots of the Norman Street building. And if we get to put, if we need to put any vents on a Williams or Tylerson Street building, would be on the recessed parts, not on the projecting brick base, and hide in like a kind of balconies. Or if we look, this is Tylerson Street, so we would hide them, in the shadow lines and things like that. I think most of the William Street part of the building, a lot of units stack, so they can, there's an opportunity to go to the roof, and some of them on Williams and Tylerson, we might need to use those locations noted.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take any comments from Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Comments, Mr. Cafaso, okay?
Yep.
Okay, quickly, because this is obviously gonna go into another meeting. On one of your drawings, your renderings A300, and you can look at that. We've got a lot of things going on the roof. You have what looks like a fairly tall building to begin with, and then between the elevator overrides, staircases, you've got a lot of things going up on that roof that throw the height of the building way off the looks of the building. We should look into that quite a bit deeper, whether you're going to use a different type of elevator overrides, use friction elevators so they don't have to drive up so high, get rid of your staircase going up in the roof and put hashes up there. But if you look at that elevation A300, it looks kind of, there's a lot of things going on that roof. So we'll take a look at that. When you showed your vents under the balconies, so you're going to try to pick that up?
I'm sorry, Leo, I heard about.
You don't need to now. I mean, if you get elevation A300, fine. If you don't, I'll continue.
Okay, well, I have it. Hold on. Share. Is that it?
Oh, you got to open your, I think you have to share to the PDFs. I think you're sharing to desktop.
Okay. Stop sharing.
It's all right.
We'll get
All
it.
I'm taking
it the next meeting.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Thanks, Shane.
Let's get through these few things and then we'll pick it up again.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You
You
showed
say
your
something about the vents?
vents under the balconies. Okay, the gentleman there,
Yep.
you just showed them. Are they bathroom vents underneath the balconies? I mean, kitchen exhaust vents, someone's cooking bacon and it's blowing up underneath the guy's balcony?
So Leo, though, it's going to be electric stoves, so there's no ventilation. It's only for bathroom exhaust fence. It's gonna be one central system. And then they do, we can put them anywhere we want. It's probably, and the dryers are probably gonna be ventless dryers. So I just wanted, most of these vents are going through the roof, Leo, and the stuff that you don't see are gonna be towards the bike paths that nobody sees. But I know you're specific about how you want limited the amount of vents and what they're gonna look like. So I want to at least get a specification for you. And then we can, by the next meeting, we can reposition everything. I just wanted to get something for you to look at
That'd
to
be fine,
comment
thank
on.
you. Nope, nope. Are any variances needed on this job?
No,
Okay, fine, thank you. You talk about traffic. And there's no changing of traffic. The level of service of the traffic signals at the intersections of Towson and Main Street right now are a level of service of an E, I believe. And every time an applicant comes along and he puts in a couple of hundred cars or 132 cars and tells us that there's going to be no change in the level of service at these intersections, I find it hard to believe. We have a school down there with the children going by there. We have the charter school down there. If it wasn't for the coronavirus, you would have had how many vehicles going down to the parking lot at the casino? It's a terrible street, Towson Street. Putting this building there is kind of, I don't know. I guess if you have your rights, you have your rights, but this whole thing started way back when, putting all these buildings down there on Towson Street. And it started with Laurel Street. That's how I'm very familiar with what went on with Laurel Street and all the talks we had about that. The children walking by constantly. I hope you understand that, what's going on down there. You're putting it right in the school. So, and then you also have the kids walking, again, I'll say it, to the Pioneer Charter School. So you have another group of children walking through there, let alone the regular pedestrians trying to get by. So we're going to talk about that again when we come back. Inclusionary zoning, 3 out of 66 units, Anthony, are for inclusionary.
yes,
You got a special permit or something for that?
no, there's an activity use limitation on the site, Leo.
Yeah, but
So they have,
that's 5%.
yeah, it's
At
5%.
least 4, 5, I think it goes up to 5. 66 times 5. Okay.
I apologize. Let me just do 66 times 0.05 is 3.3 units.
Well, you can't get 4 out of it?
I'll talk to my clients, Leo.
We'll look into that too. Okay. And you have the actual AUL on that? The limitation?
Correct. It's actually, it's part of the application of the special permit inclusionary with the recorded book and page.
Okay.
And
okay. Thank you. No, we'll get back to it all next meeting. I'm all set. But again, the main thing I'm concerned about is all the traffic out there, the kids going by, what you're doing to the neighborhood down there, and whatever, and all the stuff up on the roof. So we'll catch you next meeting.
Leo, if I may state briefly, because I know it's going to be a long night, we worked with the city. This was originally over 80 plus units on the site with multiple bedrooms, 2-3 bedrooms. We reduced the scope considerably now to have 36 one bedrooms out of the 66, and the rest is 2s. So this has been going on for a couple of years. I know you're not aware of it, but my clients did try to reduce it to now. I mean, I think we have 132 parking spaces, but I think you can agree that when over half of them are 1s, even if you had 1 parking space for 1s and 2s, you only have a need of 70, 80 spots. We have almost double. So we did the traffic study based on 132 because you got to go based on the units. It doesn't matter the size, but that was, I mean, I just wanted to note that so you're aware of it.
No, thank you, Anthony. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? All right, and we had some department comments. Just with the construction stabilization and mobilization for eventual construction, building's gonna have to be sprinkled. they answered a couple of our questions from technical review with the garage parking, making sure that people are able to drive out of those spaces. Yeah, it's pretty much everything that's part of the staff report in terms of the stop sign, making sure that the area becomes accessible for the bike path eventually as well. So we've been working on this project for a bit, and it's a great project, but it's stuff we have to look into with the traffic and the recommendations from the board, of course.
Just so the engineer or designer knows that we are not under Eversource, we are under National Grid.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
You can just provide us the easement language as well for the MWRA stuff. I know you had the conversations, but can you just keep us in the loop in terms of those conversations as well?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Any questions out there? Anybody on YouTube?
Let me check. Yeah, so you just want to open up the public portion, Mr. Chair?
We're going to open up the public hearing, the site plan review special permit for inclusionary zoning, 6 Norman Street. Do you have a motion?
We need a motion to open up public hearing, site plan review, and special permit for inclusionary zoning, 6 Norman Street.
Second motion.
A motion made and seconded to open up the public hearing for 6 Norman Street. Roll call vote.
Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola.
He's
Nope, Phil, you're on mute. Philip Mastrocola?
He's been muted.
Oh, you're on mute, Phil.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, and Chairman Frederick Capasso.
Yes, we
All
are
right.
open. This time, we're going to ask 3 times for all those who are in favor of this petition. Is anyone in favor of this petition? Is anyone in favor of this petition? Third and final time, is anyone in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed and will remain open until we meet again for this public hearing. At this time, I'm going to ask those that may be opposed to this petition. Anyone opposed to this petition? Anyone opposed to this petition? Third and final time, anyone opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed. It will remain open for comment when we resume this public hearing. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion for continuance.
Motion for continuance to September 21st.
Oh, yeah.
Is that gonna work?
That's fine.
Okay.
Is that a good date?
Next week?
That's fine with me, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
Just
That's
asking,
fine.
whatever
We can
they
address
want.
the issue. Yes, September
What-
21st is fine, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
1 week from tonight.
Okay, so we're gonna make a motion for continuance to September 21st, leaving the public hearing open on the site plan review and special permit for inclusionary zoning for 6 Norman Street.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to continue site plan review and special permit for inclusionary zoning for 6 Norman Street until September 21st, 2020. Roll call vote, please.
All right, Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Chairman Capasso,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola.
Yes.
All right, continue to next Monday. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right, Mr.
All
Ross.
right, we're on item
Keep it
number
right.
9, site plan review for 983 Broadway. The proposal is to build a 5-unit, 4-story structure as shown on the plans entitled Site Plan for Board of Appeals for 983 Broadway, Everett, Mass. In the Business District, on a parcel of site plan being a land referenced by the Assessment Department as A0-01-000147. So if the applicant is there for that, to entertain that.
Thank you, Mr. Planner. Mr. Chairman, my name is David O'Neill. I represent the petitioner, Rex E LLC. And with me tonight is the manager of that owning entity, Sharif Sharif Albazara. Also with us is our design team of Peter Sandorsi of Phoenix Architects and Peter Ogren of Hayes Engineering. Thank you for your attention, members and chair. This project, as you may be familiar with, as it was before you back last year, or I guess earlier this year, is located at the corner of Broadway, Esty Street. It's presently the shuttered location of the Little Caesars Pizza operation, and that follows a long line of start and stop iterations of this property as a retail facility. Given the conditions of the market and given the concerns for the neighborhood, my client is proposing to construct 5 residential units adequately parked with 10 zoning compliant off-street non-tandem parking spaces. And thank you. You'll recall, just a little history. My client purchased the property in 2017, intending to continue the retail operation. When that tenant failed to continue, he began the exploration of what he could do with the property, and a residential use was encouraged to him by both the city inspection services, planning department. He had multiple conversations and came up with the plan that was before this board back, receiving approval in May of 2020. Again, that proposal was for a 9-unit residential development that would have required certain elements of zoning relief. And to pick up on a point that Mr. Pisano made earlier, another petitioner, significant expenses were outlaid. We had public meetings, we had design plans, we had amendments to our design plans, and then we went before our zoning board of appeals with a recommendation from this board, not only approving our site plan, but recommending that our zoning relief be granted, albeit with some conditions that we were agreeable to. And I think it's obvious that that zoning relief was not granted. And if I can kind of go off memory from the reasoning for that, it was nothing really about the building. It was the building and the use. In fact, the parking relief was all pretty much okay with that zoning board. There was some opposition to the number of units, and some suggestions were made that simply reduce the number of units and it might fly. My client, a year into this process with a vacant building, cannot accept maybe and might and hopefully, and you'll have the city's support at the ZBA when that is a discretionary function of that board. And what he has done is kind of taken some lemons and made lemonade. He's come back, and I'll turn things over to Mr. Sandorsi in a moment to show us what he's done. But we have retained the essential elements of that very attractive building that Peter Sandorsi designed. We have, in order to accommodate the parking and avoid the need for zoning relief, we have made it a slightly higher building, going from the prior 34 foot 6 inch height to a present 44 foot height. Again, not a significant increase, retaining our setbacks and being respectful of the heights and the composition of the neighborhood. And also continuing in this iteration of the plan, one of the city's recommendations, which was to eliminate a curb cut onto Broadway in the interest of creating better traffic flow, eliminating a turnout and an in and out situation that posed a hazard for pedestrians, and having the sole entrance be on the one-way out to Broadway from F Street. So what we've got for you tonight and to show you, and I'm excited to show you, is a fully zoning compliant plan, a plan that handles its surface waters exclusively on on-site retention and dissipation infiltration chambers, and will provide a visual appeal and a attractive entry to our city that will be of great benefit to this neighborhood and provide 5 anticipated to be condominium owner occupied units for our necessary housing stock. And even though we are providing off-street parking, we are steps to a bus line. So truly a transit oriented in all the modes that we can think of, driving, taking the T, and getting people where they need to be. So Peter, I don't know if Sharif has control of the screen, but I want to control the mic, give the microphone to you so that you can show the board what you have created here. And I'll say, taking some elements from our last experience through here in guidance and creating visual interest that I think the board is going to really appreciate and like. So Peter.
I assume we're talking about the architecture, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Sharif, can you put the floor plans back up again? He has control of that. I don't.
Oh, I put it. I was the one doing it. There.
Shane, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yep. Yes. So this is our rendering showing how we maintain the original feel of our building. Standing seam metal roof. We're using hardy planks, clapboard siding, board and batten on the upper levels. We're doing a variation of color of that to give interest and depth. And we're doing horizontal banding to break the verticality of the building. So if you can shift to the first floor, Shane.
Yep.
So first floor is 1 unit. The building is entered from the back where the parking is. The stairs go first floor, second floor, third floor. Again, this is a 1 unit, 1 bedroom, ADA compliant. We go to the second floor.
Yep.
Is second floor is 2 units, unit in the front, a unit in the back. Each is 1 bedroom. The unit in the back does have a balcony. The unit in the front does not. If we go to the third floor, this is the main living area of the upper 2 units, which are townhouse styles. So they have kitchen, dining, living, and a lav on this level. And then with an interior stair, go to the 4th floor, which provides, I lost my count, 3 bedrooms, washer, dryer, bathrooms, 2 bathrooms. And the stairs then continue up to a head house. If I believe we show the roof plan, yes, which has access. Each of those units have access to a roof deck encased in a parapet so that it's not as visible from the street below. That's really it in a nutshell. And these are our elevations in CAD.
We've retained some of the suggestions in terms of the layout of the handicap spot opening out into the wider area at the rear entrance. I don't know if that was apparent, but it was one of the, yeah, you can see it there, where the door opens for the handicap spot. There's an opening there that gets you right into the entrance into that unit. Just a couple more comments. Our mechanicals are venting through the roof. We have, again, remembered our agreement, and there will not be any satellite dishes on the siding of the structure. That'll be on the roof, again, obscured by the parapet that Peter mentioned. And again, access is into the on-site back lot with 10 off-street non-tandem parking spots. There is some open area. We understand our obligation to have snow storage area, and we would repeat our agreement that we will not allow our parking to be compromised by snow accumulation, and would remove in the event, remove offsite in the event that there was a significant snowfall that would preclude us from having our full 10 spaces available. And one of the things here is that these are going to be owner occupied units. So if anyone's ever lived in a condominium, you know that you cannot simply say, oh, you don't have any parking, because they own it. And management will be required to make sure that that is accessible. So yeah, we're open to any questions the board may have, but this is a truly a very adaptive plan that we've been able to put together. I'm sorry, not we, but Peter and our developer have been able to put together. And I know that in our earlier plan, we did have a dimensional brick facade on the lower level. And knowing that that's a particular design concern, we looked hard at that in this process, in this redesign of this project. Aesthetically, looking at the surrounding neighborhood, it's not really, it's kind of on the outer side of North Everett. It's not predominantly a brick area. Of course, everything in Everett is urban, but that's got kind of a more suburban feel on that side of the city, with most of the houses in either clapboard or shingle or vinyl or aluminum siding. So I think our hardy board, with some variation in the color and certainly the visual interest of Peter's plan, has been able to put in there aesthetically, makes up for any appeal of brick. Logistically, and perhaps more important from a design standpoint, dimensional brick takes up space. And I think the calculation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter Sandorsi, to put dimensional brick on all sides of a building, or even one side of a building, obviously reduces the depth of the footprint and limits the amount of living space there can be. And I think to put brick on this property would reduce it over a foot. I think it was 14 or 16 inches was the figure that Peter stated to me. That would be the real cost in terms of lost space to have the visual interest of a dimensional brick. And I think the last thing anyone wants us to do is to try to fake a brick look. So a true clapboard is aesthetically far more appealing than a fake brick. So that's kind of what we're looking at. But again, the standing seam roof and the color variation, the true, the divided light and the window profiles are very appealing, and it creates I think a terrific project that I would really hope that this board can see towards approving and allowing my client, who's been very patient with the process and has kept the interests of his neighborhood at heart by not offloading this to a use that would not be residential. And some of the concerns in terms of traffic, we had a traffic study done that was appended to our application, done by Hayes Engineering, calculating that a 9-unit building, residential building, and again, we're half of that, or almost half of that, 5 units, was on an order of a 24 in, 25 out traffic count. I think a retail user is probably going to do that in a productive hour or two. So in terms of a better use and a less traffic impact, there is no comparison between a busy retail and a average residents. So the traffic impact is lessened, is diminished by this residential use. And the access to the parking lot is again onto the one-way street of Estes Street, eliminating any crossover or trying to take a left against the right-hand traffic. So that's our project. Invite any questions from the board or comment or question.
Well, when you came before us the last time, and you can challenge my memory, I don't remember us making any recommendations to okay variances to the ZBA. I don't remember that. Now, I'm actually going to look at that, but I don't think we did. But anyway, Rick, the last time you were here, you had first time out, you had not the greatest looking building. The second time, you made a nice looking building. The third time, you're back to the not so nice looking building. As you heard all night long, we're looking for 20% brick on all the buildings. That's pretty standard. And a matter of fact, if you went down to the other end of the city, down to Sweetser Circle, there's a building going up right now that's almost all brick, that started out just like your building. And it was because it's the entryway to our city. And we like to have our city looking a little prettier than hardy board and clapboard. So to think that this is going to fly, I'm afraid it's not. We're going to have to insist on at least 20% brick. Shouldn't take up more than 9 inches of space on total on you're going on both sides of the building, insignificant in the front. So I don't think that's anything that we're going to worry about, but you need to have some brick. As far as the looks of the building, maybe a crown molding along the roof edge would look nice instead of the flat. The building's very flat looking. So again, I know, Peter, you did a good job changing the last time from the not so great looking building to a very nice looking little building. Okay, so I'm going to count on you to do it again with this building. This building does not really accentuate the idea of what Everett wants people coming into it to look like. So I'm going to dress it up a little bit more. I don't know why the ZBA rejected your project the last time. I'll look into that. Be interesting.
Yeah, just sorry to interrupt, Leo. At the meeting on the 28th, we have in the minutes that we made a motion for favorable action for the three matters of relief that the applicant was requesting for the ZBA. And then for the ZBA, the motion, I was at that meeting, the motion failed to carry. So you need 4 votes for a special permit, and they only received 3.
In what, I guess, what did they shoot them down for?
From my understanding, it was issues of traffic.
Okay, fine. And traffic hasn't, okay, very good. So anyway, those are my comments on the way that things should look. We'll pick it back up again at the next meeting, see what we can do with the whole thing, and we'll look at the traffic study closely. I'm sure if that was shot, we can't control the traffic on the planning board. That's just not part of our MOS. So we'll look into that in the next meeting. So
It is bad.
I'll pass here. So any of the other board members, help jump right in.
Would you like to make a comment, madam?
Yes, I would. My name is Ida Ferragamo. I live right across the street. I'm an Everett resident for 72 years of my life, coming from the village to this end. I've lived in this neighborhood for 42 years, a lot of changes. Originally, it was a one-family house across the street. When it went up, I was never notified because I was not abutting the property. So I felt that that was underhanded because I never knew about it. And a lot
I'm sorry.
of the other.
Is this our project that she's commenting
No,
on?
no, no, I just
30
have
years
to
ago.
explain why I am opposed to it. I am opposed to it. I listen to everybody. And this is why I'm opposed to it. Because if you really look at the lot, it's a very small lot. The street, I know you can't control the traffic. And if you did a traffic during the pandemic, I could tell you it's slowed down, because on the street, we have people that come and park. I've had parking here, but I park 3 cars in my driveway so I could be a good neighbor. But if we're bringing that in, number one, it's very high. It just seems, it doesn't go with the neighborhood. I've been loyal to Everett, and I expect something back in return. Now, you say there'll be 5 families. What about, as it is now, the ambulance has a hard time getting down here because we get all the traffic off the Tobin Bridge. The fire department, God forbid there's a fire. I don't know what kind of parking. Am I understanding that everyone that lives in there is going to have parking in that parking lot, or are they going to have on-street parking?
Just based on the plans, it would be, all the people would park on site, so there'd be no parking on the streets.
There will be no parking on the streets.
Any residents can park on the streets. And we could
So
put,
in other words, they're a resident, they'll be able to park in front of my house, in front of my neighbor's house. They will be able to get permits for that building besides the parking you're providing?
the applicant could provide, we could provide as part of the decision that no one receives a resident sticker, but the assumption is that everyone that would live at these places would park
Could
on
park.
the property.
Right. Right now, like I say, because of this pandemic, the parking isn't bad, but I have seen it where tons of cars park here. And if there's parking on both sides of the street, that's gonna oppose, I'm a senior citizen, God forbid, in an emergency, if a ambulance can't come or a fire truck, it's gonna
Let's
be
remember
very
we're
dangerous.
on Broadway. We're on Broadway. You know, this
But
isn't,
you are doing all your entering on Esty Street.
if there's
which
if
all
there's a
the-
fire truck, it can come on Broadway. We're not closing off Broadway.
Yeah, but you
The
know,
ambulance can come up Broadway.
Can we?
which they do now.
Could we go?
Right, can I talk a little?
No, let me.
These are
finish.
just,
I
you know,
just
we're
wanna-
talking about 30 years ago stuff, and we're bringing up
No,
ambulances
no,
that
I'm
can't get up
not.
Broadway.
Okay.
If we can
all right, we're
rein
not-
in the
Dave-
questions
Dave-
to our project. that
David,
would
we're
be
gonna
great.
address to the
Mr.
chair.
O'Neill, please. Mr. O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Those
good,
are just my concerns. I just feel that the building will cause too much congestion, more than there already is on the street. And I'm not going back 30 years ago. Like I said, I supported Everett all my life. But now we need people to support us. And that's all I'm asking. Make sure if you're gonna do it, you know, the trash pickup, where's how are they gonna get their trash out of there? Is it gonna be, they're gonna put the barrels on Esty Street or Broadway or where? That's a concern I have too.
Sharif, can you address that issue?
I think Peter Ogren can address that.
I think what we talked about was being able to store the trash bins on the south side of the building, and then on trash day, the condominium association would bring the trash out to Essie Street for pickup.
Why would it be Esty Street if the address is on Broadway? You don't want to tie up Broadway, is that it?
No, I just think it would be more convenient for the people, and I'm sure that the pedestrian traffic on Broadway is greater than it is on Esty Street in terms of
Well,
putting the barrels.
yeah, you can come and sit on my
Thank you,
porch
Peter.
someday and see how much traffic comes down Esty Street on trash day. And now that they're doing over that park, they have it closed. I sat on my porch one day, at least 40 cars. So it is going to be congested. I just want to, you know, tell you that. Those are my viewpoints. I'm not living in the past. I'm very up with everything, but I just feel like, you know, as an old Everett resident, we were very proud of our city, and I'd like to keep it that way. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mrs. Ferragamo, you don't look like a senior citizen.
Oh, you always say that.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, thank you.
Oh, we got one more. very patient. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Lisa Collins and I live on SD Street as well. And I would just like to say that this is going to cause a huge, huge issue in the traffic. I feel that the traffic on SD Street is absolutely horrible. Sometimes I can't even get in or out of my driveway. People are parked across the street and, you know, they're saying 10 spaces. First of all, I'd like one of you, wherever, to come over here and bring 10 cars. There's no way you can get 10 cars in that parking lot. That's the first issue. I want to know on a snowstorm, who's going to dig out the cars so they can plow, and where are they going to put all the cars so they can plow the parking lot? There's not enough space out front in front of my house now for me, never mind 10 more cars. And I don't understand. You're saying they're not going to get a parking sticker. Well, that may be so, but you know what? Even before the pandemic, there is nothing done out in front of my house that people park without parking stickers. There's cars out there all the time that don't have stickers, not just the pandemic, I'm talking about before. There's cars out here constantly. No one has tickets, no one gets tagged. So these people that don't have stickers, they're just gonna park out front, they're not gonna care. People park out front, they block my driveway all the time. That's gonna happen, I promise you. It's gonna be a disaster. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. I absolutely feel that the parking is gonna be atrocious. The ambulances are still coming down, the fire trucks. There was an accident out here the other day. Nobody could get by. The cars are still trying to come by. You know, I agree with, you know, what other people have just said, that, you know, the parking here is atrocious. There's one car up the street. They don't have parking in their area. They live on Lynn Street. They park on SD Street. There's the parking and the car situation is atrocious. It's deplorable. And I'm going to tell you, I moved here in 2006 and it's got nothing but worse. Nothing but worse. And we're going to have 10 more cars coming down, and people say, oh, you know, they're not going to use their cars. They're going to take the subway. No, they're not. They're going to have cars and they're going to use them. And in the winter, it's bad here in the winter because it's very difficult to plow. It's going to be worse. It's just, I don't agree with the situation at all. I don't understand why they cannot come on SDs. I mean, excuse me, come in from Broadway. There are people that live on Broadway going to Malden. And if they come up from Malden, they have to cut across the Broadway to go in their park in their driveway. Why can't these people put their blinker on and cut across and go into the parking lot off of Broadway? Why do they have to come down a tiny little street when they have a whole main street they can turn on? Plenty of people live on Broadway. They have to go in their driveway. Why can't these people do it? There's no way they should be coming down Estes. Estes is the worst street. It's too small. It's terrible. So, I mean, I just really feel that this is not going to be a good plan, and I am totally against it. And, you know, I just hope that you listen to me. And, you know, I mean, I've been waiting 4.5 hours to say what I want. And I really hope that you take my word serious, because it's going to be a big problem. And to think that this problem is going to represent our city, well, I don't want to say our city because I don't believe it's my city at all, but this is not what, you know, what we want to, you know, it's just not going to be good. It's going to be awful. So I said this in the last meeting, and I will not be saying it in the next meeting because I'm not waiting 4.5 hours again. This is ridiculous, but I'm just trying to let you know now that this whole situation is just ridiculous. It really is. And, you know, I've lived here, like I said, since 2006, which isn't a long time, but it's long enough to know that there's bad issues on SD Street. And if a, you know, emergency vehicle tries to come down on trash day, the cars are beeping at the trash truck, move, move, move. They don't even want to wait. They're in such a hurry. And now that they put the traffic light at the corner of Lynn and Fuller, there's more traffic coming down Estes. They don't want to wait at that light. They're like, oh no, the light was stop and go for a couple of days. Now they put the sign up. As of this date, it's going to be a traffic. People are coming down Estes. They don't want to go to Lynn and Fuller and wait for that light now. So now there's more traffic coming down Estes. And I sit outside, I stand in front of my house, I watch the cars. As I was watching this Zoom tonight, there was 2 motorcycles that come down the wrong way. That's another issue. They all come down the wrong way. So we're gonna have this more traffic going the right way with all the cars coming the one way. And that's a big issue. The cars come the wrong way. Someone's gonna get killed out there with more traffic, one way, forget about it. And I've complained to the city about the one way and obviously nothing's done. No one can help us. So, you know, there's gonna be a lot of accidents. And then the emergency vehicle can't even come and help them. It's gonna be a problem, big time. So that's my story.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for being so patient.
Well, I wish I
More
was as
patient than
patient
you
as
are.
you think I am, but I'm very tired.
Yeah.
You know, and what I said earlier, I might have come off kind of, you know, rusty, but the thing is, you say 7 o'clock, so we're sitting here pacing at 6:45, waiting. And, you know, it's no one's fault that we were the last issue, but I really think you should take into consideration, you guys must be wiped out. You know, my husband's waiting. He goes to work at 5:30 in the morning. Can you please put your arm down, Shane? Thank you.
What's that?
Oh, I thought you were trying to tell me something.
No, I was cracking my arm.
Oh, and the thing is that, you know, these things take long. This, like I said, it's not your first rodeo. I guarantee you. You should pace them out, you know, a couple of weeks, whatever, do this, you know, you say they start at 7, but how many items did you have? 4.5 hours. Don't you think that that's ridiculous? You could pace it out a little better, like 2 a night, 3 a night, and then, you know, at the end of the week, do some more, and next week, do some more. Why do you have to cram them all in one night, 4.5 hours? Doesn't make sense. We want to listen, we want to hear what's going on, but when you get us at 11:30 at night, you don't know what's going to come out of my mouth, to be honest with you. Telling you, you really should consider changing the schedule, because you guys are all wiped out, I can tell.
Thank you.
Everybody's exhausted. This guy's falling asleep. Now I'm getting a low battery on my screen. You'll probably be happy if it shuts me off, but I just feel that this is really a crazy system, you know, and you're trying to help the city, but with this kind of system, it's nuts. So I'll be quiet. I'm gonna go to bed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other public comment?
I've run out.
Can I add something
Sure.
as the developer? Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, everybody. I know it's late, and I'll keep this as brief as possible. Leo, your comments, we're going to bring back the brick. We'll get it to where you want it to be. I want to remind everybody that this project is fully in compliance of all zoning laws. We're not asking for a special permit or anything like this. We're fully in compliance. We've thought about making the entrance on Broadway. The problem is it makes the first floor so narrow that it becomes unusable, and we have to be ADA compliant. And so that would require an elevator, and then the whole building goes to nothing. We also wanted to take a look at, you know, what else we could do. And so that's why we made sure all 10 parking spots were on site. We know that we have full right, like every other neighbor, to use the street as parking. And even though we have all 10 parking spots, I believe that we should have the same rights as everybody else does on Estes or Broadway or anything. Now, I went down there today just because I had to. And there was tons of traffic on Broadway, just like there was on Estes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's traffic everywhere. It's around 3 or 4 o'clock that I was there today, maybe even 5 o'clock. So there's traffic everywhere. Unfortunately, if I could have 2 entrances, one on Estes and one on Broadway, I would. There's no question about that. I would. I don't want to take curb cuts away or add curb cuts or anything like this. It becomes a massive problem. The snow, we're gonna deal with it professionally. It's gonna be inside of the condo docks. It has to be. I live in a condo building now and it's taken care of extremely professionally. If it becomes too much, it will be removed from site. There's no question about that. So, and one more thing, I understand that, you know, the desire for less traffic. However, if this was rented out to a fully functional restaurant, which it is there, the traffic is going to be 5 to 10 times. I mean, Peter Ogren can correct me there of what this will actually do. So in reality, even though this site is closed and we've enjoyed the luxury of it not being operational over the past year or two, if it goes back to restaurant, it's going to be far more traffic than anyone
Okay.
can on both
Excuse
Broadway
me
and-
1 minute. I apologize for interrupting you, but I will interrupt you before anyone else
Mr.
does.
Chairman,
You
please,
can't.
we'll be back. It's,
Well, I just want to say that I lived here when there was restaurants,
do we
more than
have to
one,
recap this?
and there was no traffic like this.
There will be traffic. No matter what you do in life, there will be traffic. And I want to work with you. Lisa, I invited you, I invited Ida, I invited everybody back in the beginning of this year to sit down with me inside of the place. And we talked and we spoke, and I really tried to make an effort, but it turned out to be just a screaming match exactly like this is. And I do apologize for that. I really wish it wasn't like that. However, what I'm proposing here, if the board will, will grant me that, is a fully compliant building that addresses almost every single concern, even from the ones that we had when we last applied.
Thank you, Sharif.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we need some time to act upon some of these design elements. We'll certainly reach out to the neighborhood again, see if there's a traffic workaround. And I'd ask that we continue this to, I think we need more than a week.
13th.
Please.
Bring back Benvenuti's. That's from the restaurant I used to like.
Mary, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, used to go there all the time.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I wish it was still a restaurant. I would.
No problem with the traffic when that was opened.
Peter Ogren, if it was a fully functional restaurant, what would the traffic count be in your?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but you're correct. It would be, in terms of a peak evening hour for a place like this, it would be many-fold the traffic that is going to be from 5 units.
Yeah.
Of course, the parking on the site, the young lady said that you couldn't put 10 cars. There are 8 cars on the site now. And the building that we have is actually a smaller footprint than what's on the site now. So to put 10 cars on is not a problem. So it's an increase in parking and a decrease in traffic and a decrease in cars that would need to park if it were a sit-down restaurant.
And you're a professional engineer. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? So we're looking to continue to the October 13th, 2020 meeting. Is there a motion from the chair or a motion from the board?
Well, I think we need to open the public hearing.
Oh, yes, apologize, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. At this time, we're going to take a motion to open the public hearing. Site plan review, 983 Broadway.
Make a motion to open up site plan review, public hearing on site plan review for 983 Broadway.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing, site plan review for 983 Broadway. Roll call vote.
Sure, Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Cafasso.
Yes.
All right.
We are open. I'm going to ask 3 times. All those in favor of this petition? All those in favor of this petition? All those in favor of this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed until the next meeting on October 13th. That part is closed. So all those that are opposed to this petition? All those that are opposed to this petition? All those that are opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that part of the public hearing is closed until the regular
And we'll,
business.
and we'll take you guys' comments, the abutters' comments, and place them in that portion of the meeting. So you just
Thank you.
provide a comment. Thank you.
At this time, the chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion for continuance until October 13th for site plan review for 983 Broadway.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to continue 983 Broadway site plan review until October 13th. Roll call vote, please.
Or Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Chairman Capasso,
Yes.
James Tar,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola.
Yes.
All right.
Has
We've
been
continued.
continued.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good.
Thanks, everyone. Talk to you guys. All right. Last but not certainly least, we have a minor modification to a site plan review for 141 to 151 Bow Street for Aeronaut Brewery. The proposal is to modify an existing approval at 141 to 151 Bow Street that was completed by Down the Road Brewery, with a new brewery and site plan improvements being a parcel of land referenced by the Assessor's Department as H0-03-00046. So I know, there you are. Ross is here from Aeronaut. So you guys are free. Take it away.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Shane, was there an updated agenda? I don't see this on.
Oh, yeah, there's an updated agenda.
Oh, okay. All right, just checking. Okay.
Apologize.
No worries. I was just checking. Thank you.
I'm Ron Friedlander. I'm one of the owners of Aeronaut Brewing Company. And I'm here, Daniel Rassi, my business partner's here, and our architect, John Kroll, is also here. And we're requesting a minor modification to the site plan approval that was granted for the previous tenant, which was Down the Road Brewery. I believe they had that approval, and there was a phased set of phased requirements that they were to do that involved improvements to the parking area, site improvements, pedestrian safety, things of that nature. So that business shut down last summer, and therefore the timelines and the types of things that were supposed to be done didn't all get completed in time. We took over the space earlier this year, and we purchased the brewing assets. So we're trying to pretty much do the same use that Down the Road did, but with our company. We're based out of Somerville originally, and this would be a second location for us. So to our knowledge, a lot of the phase one work was done, and that was things like patching holes in the asphalt, filling potholes, painting the lot, putting a painted crosswalk through the lot for pedestrian traffic. They did put up some barrel planters with chains to kind of demarcate the walkway. And some of those, I believe that a lot of those ended up getting stolen. So we were proposing to replace those with some heavier concrete planter type barriers for pedestrians. They did put in some barriers at a ramp at the main entrance, though I think there's some additional work that needs to be done on fall protection. And there are a few other items that were done, like lighting and things like that. So we're proposing to complete the rest of that phase one work by the end of this year. And we talked about revisiting the remaining phases, phase 2 and 3, sometime in the spring, and coming up with a plan for that.
All right. Yeah, so if there's any questions on the board's end.
Way back when we went through this project, they had a lot to do with there's a lot of conditions. If they know all the conditions they're buying into.
Yes, we sat down with Aeronaut several times about the project. They actually brought back the architect from the original project onto this project. So they're aware of all the site plan approval decisions that were put on this. But in terms of functionability, having this conversation, they want to get in there and be able to operate to get some revenue streaming and be able to patch up what's there and get running before the winter time. And that we felt that once they get running, they can come back before the board in spring of next year, and we'll talk about the phase 2 and phase 3. But in terms of timing, phase 2 and phase 3 was supposed to be done by down the road by December of this year, and we just, based on the timing of it, it'd be too difficult.
Okay, no problem.
So our recommendation from the department is just to accept the recommendations or the proposal by providing the plan by Deer Hill Architects that was dated September 3rd, 2020, and amend the current site plan approval to allow them to start operation.
Question on the board? Anybody like to make a motion?
Motion for favorable action for minor modifications of site plan review for 141, 151 Bow Street Aeronautics Brewery.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded for minor modification for 141, 151 Bow Street Aeronaut Brewery.
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
and Chairman Confasa.
Yes, motion has passed.
Minor mod approved. All right. Okay, thank you guys. Just one more thing. I need a motion from the board. It's don't have any other communications, but this is just brought up. I need a motion from the board to just send the stormwater review from 6 Norman Street to Greg St. Louis. So if anyone would like to make a motion quickly.
Make a motion to send the
Stormwater permit
stormwater permit for 6 Norman Street to Greg St. Louis.
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to send the stormwater permit to Greg St. Louis. Roll call vote?
Sure. Leo Pisano,
Yes.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
James Tarr,
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola,
Yes.
Chairman Confasa.
Yes.
All right,
Motion
perfect.
passed.
Well, we can do minutes next Monday, but
Let's do the minutes. Any questions
Good.
on the minutes?
sure. I don't think anyone has any comments. I still got to do the July one, but Jeannie's done the August 24th one, so those are all set.
Just one thing in the August 24th one, very minor edit. I think it said something about, I was able to get on halfway through the meeting.
Yeah,
I was able to jump on about 10 or so minutes in, just a minor edit. That's it.
sure. I'll do 10 minutes and sure,
Thank
no problem.
And July 20, yes?
Not yet. I got to do July 20.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
So-
I'll get July 20 in this meeting to you next Monday.
Yeah, don't bother this meeting. This meeting
No,
won't come.
No, this is legendary.
Any questions on the August 24th, and have Chair take a motion?
Motion to accept the minutes from August 24th, 2020.
With the minor modification.
Yeah.
Minor modification. With minor modification.
Second,
Second.
motion made and seconded to accept the minutes of August 24 with the minor modifications. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
You got
Yeah,
a roll, you're supposed to take a roll call, guys. It's just anything,
Roll call.
sorry.
Michael O'Connor.
Robin's still here, huh? Yes.
Michael O'Connor. Yes.
Sorry.
Leo Pisano.
Yes.
James Tarr.
Yes.
Philip Mastrocola.
Yes.
Chairman Frederick Cafaso.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Minutes
you.
accepted. All right, a motion to adjourn with roll call vote.
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Gotta roll
Michael,
call.
Michael O'Connor,
Yes.
Michael, Leo,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Freddie,
Yes.
Rocket. We
Yeah.
did, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a
guys.
night,
Thank you
everyone.
all. Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.
Good
Night,
night.
Robin.
Bye.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Night, Jim Soper.
Good night, everybody.
Night, Jim Soper.